You're Hey man, what's going on, y'all? I just seen a live where some African brothers and sisters was getting disrespectful with each other. It was hilarious. It's hilarious. It's hilarious, bro. Look, no disrespect. They curse so funny. The way that they curse is hilarious to me. He said, "It's like suck your mother." That's hilarious. I'm sorry. That is hilarious. Because I'm used to hearing it from the Caribbean accent, suck your mother. But the way he said it was just so funny. That's funny. African brothers and sisters have a funny way of cursing in English, And I seen them go hard on each other one other time. That was hilarious. Here on my live, they were going at it. He was calling him a waste. That was crazy. He kept calling him a waste. It's like, you waste. Like, how you gonna call a man a waste? That's crazy. I would be so hurt if an African brother called me a waste. It just hurts more. It would just hurt, bro. It hurts, man. I think when black people speak words, I think it hits your soul a little bit harder. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Tap like if you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? Peace and blessings, Molly. What's good, sister? Somebody says, what's that? What's what? Can y'all see the top? Can y'all see? I got black pill. Can you be pro-black? And what? Oh, snap. Did I mess up the top? Can you be pro-black with a non-black spouse? Can you see that? The top one. Can you be pro-black with a non-black spouse? Okay, good. Thank you, Eloquent Lee, TikTok. Appreciate y'all. I was talking about how African brothers and sisters be swearing at each other, getting disrespectful. It's hilarious when they do it in English. It's hilarious, man. As an African American, it is one of the funniest things you can see is for two African brothers to actually disrespect, like get mad at each other. It is hilarious to watch. Reminds me of Coming to America. You can be pro-black, but it confuses the children. If it confuses the children, is it pro-black? If it confuses the children, is it pro-black? In the mind, eloquently. What up, Kron? I appreciate you, my brother. Fire Squad in the building. Big up yourself. In the mind, you can be pro-black with a non-black. In the mind, mentally pro-black. I don't know. Is that real? You know what I'm saying? You could be, for the people in here, I mean, aligning your actions and values. So I guess you could align your values, but you can't, because we call that cognitive dissonance. If mentally you're pro-black, but you're not for the people in what you do, that's cognitive dissonance. That means that you believe one way, but you do another way, So that's unhealthy in general. You can't be in the Mustang fan club and drive a Camaro. I heard that. Oh, we over 2K likes. Y'all got us up here fast. Appreciate you. I'm gonna bring some people up. We're gonna have a good discussion today. What's going on, Cap?
What's up, bro? Wait, do I have a echo?
I don't hear an echo.
Oh, all right. Look, I think, the can you be pro-black and have a non-black spouse? It's like a yes and a no, right? It's almost like when white people discuss like racism, right? And then they attack it with like this theoretical mindset. Right, so in theory, you can have one, right? like, ain't gonna lie to you, right? I think you can be pro-black and mess with somebody like Jane Elliott and still have, like, like your ideal.
That's anti-racist.
No,
that's not pro-black.
Look, hear me out, right. But I think that's the problem that comes up with being pro-black. It's just like they're not like anti-racist enough to be pro-black with you, so you kind of end up relinquishing some of your some of the things you hold near and dear, right? So it's like
Yeah.
you kind of like reteaching them. But again, it's just kind of
Jane
hard.
Elliott Jane Elliott doesn't believe black people should get reparations. So you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I can say she's
right,
anti-racist, but
right.
if when it comes down to it, she ain't with it. She ain't with us.
Damn, that's really surprising. I ain't gonna lie, I did not know that. I did not know that.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Let me mark her name on my book. I'm never using her.
Hey, man.
Okay, let me go back in the dungeon. I guess I was wrong there. So just know that I was wrong on that one. My bad.
Yeah.
Nope, you can't be.
Yeah, it be like that, man. I'm telling you. I mean, you're gonna run into some wall of ignorance with any non-black person when it comes to pro-blackness. Pro-blackness means if 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 it came down to it and we had to unalive a village of colonizers to take back what was ours, would you be able to do that?
Hold on,
You
hold
know,
on. Look,
would
go scare white
or would you
people.
say,
Hey, hold on.
I'm married to one of the colonizers, guys. We gotta try to make it
Don't
work. I
don't
mean,
go scaring these white people. Don't do that. That's not.
well,
Wait,
listen,
hear me
they
out.
did
Hear
it to
me
us.
out. Nah,
It's
nah.
happened in
I
the
agree.
wow,
Hey, I
taking
agree. But see,
you
that's the
know,
difference between being pro-white and being pro-black, right? We don't do that stuff. Being
we don't
pro-black,
do
I
that
think,
because that we don't do that
right?
without merit. We don't do that
No,
because they white. We do
all
that
I'm
because they
saying
own
is,
our land.
all I'm saying is being pro-black is a little bit different. The reason why you really can't be with like another race is a little bit deeper, right? Like until you like, hey, hold
Mm-hmm.
on, my bad, my
Okay. All right.
Hold up, can I speak real quick?
Yeah. Give us your age, race, and pronouns. Are you?
I bet. So I'm black, 18, he him pronouns.
All right. Thank you. Go
So,
ahead. What's up?
so all my life I've been with nothing but black women. I'm with my first Latina woman, right? I consider myself.
Wait, you with her now?
Yeah. That's why I
Oh
asked him to
man,
ask about the first
I
question.
thought you was the one, man. I
Nah, I
thought you
came
was
to
the
ask,
one,
I
man.
came to ask the first question, right? So,
Yeah.
you know, my first time with a non-black woman. You know, I'm proud to be at the home of the Mecca. I'm at HU right now. You know, I take pride in it. I'm like very pro black, but in like many movements, protests were in
Uh huh.
my state and city. You know, like so does me being with this like first time being with a non-black woman make me like non-pro black?
At this moment, yes.
Yeah, this,
I mean, do you plan on building with a family with this woman?
nah, no kids, nah.
All
I
right.
would if I was to
Well,
have kids,
I
I
would
wanted to
say
be with a black woman.
continue to do your studying. Um, and yeah, there's still hope for you. You're only 18. Also remember that let's say this: if you were dying of thirst, right? You're thirsty as hell. You're dying of thirst, and all you had in the room was vodka to drink. Have you ever had vodka? You're 18. You're kind of young.
I mean, I've had it before. Yeah, I'm in
Okay,
college.
so if there's only vodka in the room to drink, would you drink vodka to quench your thirst?
Nah.
You feel me?
Yeah,
So
I get what you're
the
saying.
more you know about your history, the more you know about your history, the more you know what that good water come from, where that good water come from, and you're gonna get you some water. You know what I'm saying? That vodka ain't gonna replace that water.
Where to?
You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah, I get what you're
yeah.
saying. I bet go on.
And what type of Latina is she? Because I mean, Latinas and ethnicity. She could be, melanated, a
Nah, she
black
not Afro. She
Latina.
Puerto
She not.
Rican. She
I
not.
assumed as much. Yeah, get you a sister, man. Get you one of these, man. You know what I'm saying? We thirsty for our sisters. You know what I'm saying? Because honestly, pro blackness is aligning your actions and values with, I'm sorry, prioritizing your actions and values with what's in the best interest of building the black community. So who you're intentional about building a family with is what matters the most. And the easiest way to be pro-black is to be with a black woman and raise a black family. That's so
Mhm.
easy. That's so easy. That's you don't gotta lead a revolution. You don't gotta your child can be the beginning of the revolution. Who knows? So you know what I'm saying? But doing that with a black woman, because because of our loyalty to our community, we're loyal to our women because of what they go through when they have fatherless homes. We know that being intentional can reverse some of the harm that's done to our children and our women. So, you know.
Yeah, because I've been like, kind of conflicted on that because like it
Mm-hmm.
took, because like before I got with my current girlfriend who was Latina, I like thought I was like, because I've never gone outside my race, and it was just like
Mm.
it just felt like new. I just felt like
Yeah,
I
nah.
wouldn't be able to
Listen,
consider myself pro-black afterwards. I don't know. I didn't know if it was
listen.
like, yeah.
Yeah, I dipped my toe at 1.2. I was around your age. You know what I'm saying? You can dip your toe. That's I wouldn't. I don't encourage it, but don't get caught up now. You get caught
No,
up,
I'm yeah,
then you
no.
anti-racist for life. Don't come back to us. You know what I'm saying?
Cause like I know, like, cause I always have the type of like, if I have kids, they're not gonna be biracial. They're gonna be like 100% black type joint. So
Uh-huh.
I'm definitely not going. So like, if I
Yeah,
do have kids, it's definitely gonna be with a black woman. 100%.
exactly. Yeah, you don't want that trauma, bro. You don't want
Yeah.
that trauma. I mean, I'm a little older, so I got brothers, that I know that had children with these other, non-black frosted females, and there's a lot of regret there. Molly, you got somebody? Okay, she got him. Yeah, it's yeah, it gets bad, man. Because if we can sit here and talk about whether the relationship is pro black or not, but the breakup definitely ain't gonna be pro black. I'm telling you, the breakup is when they show them true colors. You know what I'm saying? Them true non-colors, them true uncolored. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
Yeah.
this get too personal. About to leave. Nah, you hit that one right on the head. Hey, I'm
I'm
gonna have
telling
to
you.
leave. Nah, that one hit too hard. It's definitely not pro black when you on your way out the door. I'm telling
Right.
you. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah. So they might call the cops on the way out the door. You never know. It gets real, man. Oh man, they took my guests down. I'm not sure what happened. Looked like they took both my guests down. I don't know. Y'all see my hands? Hands up. I'm here. I didn't touch it. I don't know what happened right now. Pro blackness prioritizing your actions and values with what's in the best interest of growing, building the black community. Patricia,
Good.
could you give us your
Good.
age, race, and pronouns, please?
Okay, so I'm not being funny. I don't know about the pronoun things too much, so I don't know like I don't know how to
She,
respond to
he,
that part.
they. You choose one.
All right, she.
All right.
Uh,
And what's your
I'm
race and
45.
age range?
I'm 45,
Okay.
and I'm a proud black woman.
All right. Welcome, sister. Go ahead
What?
and answer some questions for us. Let us know what you think.
All right. So, can you be pro black with a non-black spouse? No, you cannot. You have limitations. There will be things that you'll be restricted from being able to share with your partner. There'll be there'll be a lot. Like you can't just come in home and say, "What's up, my my knuckle," to your YT man.
I think
It might
Clarence
be.
Thomas might.
I mean, I'm quite sure he pays women to be able to do that to them. But anyway, can black and YT cultures peacefully exist? No,
uh-huh.
because so I don't want to get too heavy into it, but YT people have a actual gene that's linked to certain other things that make them more aggressive and make them more violent, and it's known, and it's something that's scientifically spoken of. So they have,
Layla Africa.
yeah, they have certain things that are in them that aren't in us, that makes them more prone to war and violence and aggression and things of that sort.
Mm-hmm.
Should black people care about Israel and Palestine? I'm sorry to laugh at that one. Should we care about Israel? I mean, that's one of those questions like, if you do care, do you care about yourself at this point? Like, what about us? Like, you guys have been taking care of everyone else except for the people that you really oppressed and hurt and really
Mm.
indoctrinated for thousands and thousands of years, not just hundreds of years, but thousands of years. Can black people be prejudiced towards YT people?
Yo. Uh, uh,
Hold on.
I,
Hold on. Now you know damn well we don't come up here and just start talking. Hold on. Let the sister speak. Go ahead, Patricia.
So this is one thing that I'm gonna be honest about.
okay.
How can you prejudge a situation that you are prone to having come, your way? Like, we can lie to ourselves. We often do. We say, no, they're not like that. And we have that one friend, and then 5 years from now, you find out that one friend was actually racist and you were the token friend. So I can't really say that we are prejudiced. We are naive with prejudice. I will say that, but I don't believe that we can be prejudiced.
Prejudice is defined as making a judgment of someone without reason or experience.
And that's what I'm saying. I don't think that we can be prejudiced towards them. We have lots
Right.
of rhyme and reason and experience to
Oh yeah.
say these are the way they are on the majority. And even the ones that think they're not, they're closeted or they don't outright recognize because of years of them being that way. So, no.
Right. Well, shout out to you, sister. I'm sorry, my phone messed up, but shout out to you, sister. Thank you for clarifying that. It's always a sister that come behind and just sprinkle some magic all over the live, and cleanse the room. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
But you know what I'm saying? Because sometimes I invite the brothers up, and they got their milk of magnesia at home, and certain questions they can't answer right. But best believe a sister going to tell it like it is.
the second question that you asked. That's the reason why they can't peacefully coexist.
Yeah.
So yeah, he has to watch his mouth.
Yeah. Thank you, sister. Appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Let's go to the next guest. Swag6 Clothing. Could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please? Swag6 Clothing, you are muted. Do people really just come on my live and just sit here unmuted and think they're unmuted? That's crazy.
I mean, I'm here.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. Are you here, Swag6? We're waiting. Oh, he said he's trying. I'm trying to unmute you. You might have to go down and come back up. Just go down and come back up real quick. Go ahead, drop down and come back up. Richie, what's going on?
What's going on?
Give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
Age 32. Race, I mean, I guess you would have to say black, And pronoun, obviously, I'm a male.
All right.
What's the pronouns for male?
So, I mean, hey, man, some people got deep voices and it's not obvious. Hold on. Let me talk to Swag6 real quick. Swag, can you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
I'm 29. I'm black, and my pronouns are he, she.
All right.
Yeah, that's how you do it. Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay.
First of all,
yeah, go ahead.
not you saying milk of magnesia. I came in when you just said that. I cried.
Yeah, that's from drinking juice in the hood.
But the questions that you're posting, very interesting, very necessary, because a lot of people they have different views based on the region of the world they grew up in.
Mm-hmm.
So can you be pro-black with a non-black spouse? No. Absolutely, positively, no. Reason being, our genetic makeup. That's the first thing. We were created differently, and a lot of people don't know that black people, we interact with people on a cellular level. So what you see on the outside is the finished product. But there's so much exchange in terms of energy, in terms of the way you look, in terms of, for example, let's say you're in a room alone or you're walking down the street and all of a sudden you feel like there's something behind you. That's the energy that tells you to
Mm-hmm.
turn around, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So in terms of like certain things that we face like racism, prejudice, classism, colorism, systemic racism, we
Mm-hmm.
have different views of the world on a cellular level. Your white partner will never be able to understand that. So therefore the struggles that we as black people face,
Mm-hmm.
they'll never get it because they don't feel that on a cellular level.
Mm-hmm.
So you will always have kickbacks. You will always say, "Oh, this guy's looking at me funny." It's like, no, he's not. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So that will never work. If you want to be pro-black, you definitely can have a white person, no, or any
Mm-hmm.
any race of that. You know.
Yeah.
But a lot of times that I do notice that like people in North America,
Mm-hmm.
they don't get that rah rah, as in people who grew up in the Caribbean or people who grew up in Africa or
Mm-hmm.
even people who grew up in India, because then
Mm-hmm.
it's different for those people. American people, they have more freedom in terms of like voicing their opinions or having a certain culture. So again, in my opinion, I feel like they've been shielded. But you go to the Caribbean, you go to Africa, it's a
Mm-hmm.
totally different story.
What
You
do you
know?
mean by
And then
they've been shielded? I'm not understanding.
when I say they've been shielded,
Mm-hmm.
meaning that people who grew up in North America, I feel like they've grown to be more liberated just
Mm.
because of the information they were exposed to,
Mm.
you know? And
I feel
then
like they've grown to
so
be more compromised in a lot of cases.
true. That's true.
You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Mm.
there's compromised people all throughout the diaspora, but proximity to the resources of the oppressor can make you, get a little bit of Stockholm syndrome.
That's true. That's definitely true. And I
Hmm.
see that a lot. Because
Yeah.
then you would have black people in North America that you say, "Oh, you're African." They're like, "No, I'm not."
Right. That is
Yeah,
weird. That is weird. I just made a video about that. That is weird to me. When did we become Native American, y'all? I'm confused. When did we
that's the
become?
thing.
When did we become Hebrews? Hebrew is a language, ain't it? Like, when did we become from Jerusalem? I don't know what's going on. Like, I'm from Africa. I don't know about y'all.
Exactly, but you see that, oh, we're Hebrews, we're this, we're that.
Yeah,
There is some truth to it because the
we're
Hebrew
everywhere.
land,
I know
yeah, the
this. I
Hebrew,
know there's truth to it, but we're from Africa. Those Hebrews that
yeah,
they talking about are from Africa.
yeah,
Like,
Can I
exactly,
speak right quick? Can I
exactly.
say something? Because I'm a born African woman, right? My parents
hmm
are from Africa,
the
and I've
continent.
shared, yeah, the continent. They're from
Hmm.
Cameroon. My dad's from
Okay.
Cameroon, my mom's from Nigeria. We
All
have
right.
11
Mhm.
centuries that I can for sure have record of our family being in Africa
Hmm.
for
Mhm.
11 generations for sure.
Hmm.
However, when I got my DNA done, even though it shows all my African genetics, my
Hmm.
major ethnic group is Indigenous American. So
Mm.
Mhm.
I've been sharing it with people because they want you to believe that there were no Africans in America before slavery, or there were Africans that came over due to like the Spanish colonies. When I have on record that
Hmm.
I'm a direct descendant, not a compared descendant or had shared ancestry, but I'm a direct descendant of Naya. And she was actually a descendant of an East African. So here we go again.
Hmm.
Here we go again.
Well, I would say that that's not how DNA works. It doesn't tell you what race you are, so it's not
No,
going to
it doesn't
say.
tell you what race you are. It
Yeah,
tells you your ethnicity, though. It does tell you your genetic
it
makeup.
can't tell
It
you
gives
your
you a
ethnicity.
haplogroup.
Let me explain. it can tell you what
Wow.
region people with similar genetic makeups exist today, only since data has been collected. So it can't
Mhm.
go back. So if you from Nigeria, you could have a lot of ancestry in common with people in Brazil, people in certain parts of the Caribbean, but that doesn't mean that you are indigenous there.
So the thing is I
Mhm.
did genealogy records, right? And I found a record of a Cornelius Comagesian from the 12th century of Europe who came over and he explored
The
parts
12th
of,
century,
yes, 12th century.
someone came
12,
over to America in the 12th century.
yes, they have. So listen, when you get European logs, right, they have
Oh
something
boy,
called the
we're going down
Clovis
a rabbit
records.
hole. Listen, Sister Patricia, I like what you said earlier, but we're not going down this rabbit hole right now.
I would
The
have to
12th
show it
century,
to you.
that don't add up right. That don't add
I
up
would have
right.
to show it to you. You would have to
You
see it.
going? Yeah, I mean, I'm somewhat of a modest history buff myself, especially when it comes to
Hmm.
African history. I do know that up to 2,000 years before Columbus,
Mhm.
people there's some claim that say Africans did make it to the Americas. We do know the Mali Empire before Mansa Musa, that
Exactly.
but you
So
said the
Cornelius
11th century.
Comagesian,
That the 11th
12th
century,
century.
that doesn't
I
add
said
up.
12th century.
Oh, you said 12th. As I'm saying, the 1100s, that don't add up. Mansa Musa would have been the 13th or 12th century, the
So
late 12th century.
Before Mansa Musa, you still had Benin Togo, you still had Bantu Kwa, you still had places that traveled.
Yeah, I mean, even if that's the case, right?
Hmm.
Like Christian said in the comments, that's 800 years ago. That's not enough to make that your home of your ancestry. Your home of your
What do you
ancestry goes
mean?
back 10,000 years. If you go back 10,000 years and your ancestors would be on the continent of Africa, you're an African. If you go back 10,000 years and your ancestors would be on the continent of Asia, you're Asian, and so on, so much and so forth.
But then, how do you explain everybody coming from Africa though,
The
according to
Bering
the
Strait.
haplogroups?
Because everybody came from Africa, but they started leaving 100,000 years ago. So
Exactly.
100,000 years, Europeans have been in Europe. So if you go back 10,000 years, their ancestors are in Europe, and their ancestors were black in Europe at first, for the beginning of that
Mhm.
100,000 years until only 8,000 years ago. So we know that as well. But yeah, 10,000 years. That's what mainstream historians, African historians as well. That's what we use for ancestries. 10,000 years. So if you spent 800 years in America and 300,000 years in the African continent, you're still African. But if you spent 20,000 years in the Americas and you
So
haven't been in
so so
Africa in
so
over
you don't believe
100,000
that
years,
all,
then you're
hold on.
indigenous.
Can I ask
So
questions?
are all melanated people African?
Somewhere, somehow, somebody started in Africa. Mitochondrial Eve.
Right.
Exactly, right?
Everyone started in Africa, but they left what's called the bottleneck of civilization 100,000 years ago. This is all documented. There's archaeological evidence, anthropological evidence, and it's not on
Absolutely.
some weird little website. I'm talking real studies. If you want to know more, look up the two cradle theory by Dr. Sheikh Anta Diop, a black man, an African, Senegalese man, who's probably the most prolific anthropologist of our day. He wrote an entire book. The audio book is 10 hours long. It's a very long book. But if you really want to dig into some history, that's a good source to start.
Oh, that's interesting. Nice.
Yeah, I study J. Rogers. I study different anthropologists and archaeological studies.
So you know about Sheikh
Like,
Anta Diop,
yes. So that's
the
what I was trying
African
to,
origin of civilization.
right. So this is what I was trying to explain to you, like how
Mm-hmm.
if you come from haplogroup D1, right, they're claiming that they are indigenous Americans, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is my thing. How am I a part of haplogroup D1 being born in
Mm-hmm.
Africa and being a black woman with no relative? known as
because
so-called Native Americans.
because we could not DNA test the Native Americans from 20,000 years ago. We can only test those after colonization that live there
So
That's
now.
they
true.
found
Do you understand?
so hold on. Let me make sure I'm understanding you right. So
Yeah,
those who got tested after colonization would have African DNA, is what you're saying?
yeah.
So those before would not?
Those before that left Africa, that if we could test them, this is how DNA tests work. See, that's the problem with the DNA
Right. So
test
that's what I'm
shit,
trying to
is
understand. I'm
that
listening.
people don't know how DNA tests work. They're just looking at it and saying, "Oh, I'm from Germany," and it's like,
Yeah.
no, this German town has a bunch of Africans there, and so
Right.
you look at your DNA. It looks at your DNA and the other DNA that was sent into that one website, and it says you match the people that sent in their DNA from this region.
Hmm.
That's all it is. It's
Exactly.
a big scam. People think that they're a part of this and part of that, and it's not. It just matches you with other people that sent in their DNA from that region. So that's
Yeah.
all it's doing. So it's not saying that going back thousands of years you're indigenous to America. It's just saying that people that sent in their DNA from America are matching your DNA, because believe it or not, I have a few Nigerian friends, and one sister, she went to Brazil. She said she met somebody that looked just like her cousin. She was like, "You look like my cousin," and the girl could barely even speak English. You know, she speak Portuguese, but there's a lot of
Yeah.
Nigerian blood down there. So, you know,
No,
Exactly.
yeah.
I just,
And an important thing
I
to
hired a
note too.
geneticist. So I hired a geneticist, and the way they explained it to me is different. I'm gonna just be
Well,
honest, but I'm gonna
I'll
put some
send you
stuff in
some
your
resources,
inbox.
because I also am a data analyst, and I've categorized data for DNA myself, different
Mhm.
haplogroups,
So
stuff
what do
like
you think
that.
about
So
Genome Link?
what
What do you think about Genome Link?
is that the name of the website?
That's the name of no. That's the name, not just a website. They're a website, but they're also a genetic testing and
Yeah.
what is
It's
it?
important to note
Either.
that in terms of like the genome for humans, us as humans, we don't have all the information. The only fully documented and mapped genome that exists in the world is that of the fruit fly. So
Mm,
there are links, there's alleles, there's certain for example, the Polynesian people, they still don't know where their genetic resources are coming from.
mm,
There are certain links in their DNA strand that don't
mm,
add up to the
Well,
rest
that's
of the
that they
world.
have the unassigned genetic links because of the Denisovan, the
Exactly.
Neanderthal, and that sort of situation. They don't want to label it because they don't exactly have that mapped out. There are not many people with Neanderthal DNA.
all right.
However,
Yeah.
the way a geneticist broke it down to me, like I said, I'm gonna send you the reports. I don't want to, I want to stick to the topic. So I'll
Yeah,
send
let's
you
get
what I
back to the topic.
right.
Uh,
Patricia, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
My age
Oh,
is
wait, were you? Wait, hold on. I don't mean to skip. Were you done, Sister Swag? Did you have
no,
more to say?
I got to the second question.
Okay, go ahead.
Where was I? Can black and white cultures peacefully exist? Not in 2023, but maybe further down the line
Mm-hmm.
if they are willing to understand and have difficult conversations in order to right the wrongs that have been going on for I don't know how long has slavery been, 500-600 years.
Yeah, about that.
So yeah, so in terms of that, not to be a bit harsh, but our grandparents, parents have to die first to establish a whole new social construct. So
Mm-hmm.
until our great
Unalive,
grandmothers and grandmothers before like they die, I don't think
unalive.
that's happening
Don't say the
anytime soon.
DIE word.
Oh,
Okay.
unalive, sorry.
Yeah.
And then
Mm-hmm.
should black people care about Israel and Palestine? No, not really, because Israel wasn't even a country until the 1960s. So technically, they're not a place. A lot of people don't know that Israel is made up.
Mm-hmm.
It's a made up country
Mm-hmm.
that the people the people in the Americas, North America, and their ancestors from Turkey,
Mm-hmm.
they sell it as a promised land. You go into
Yeah.
a synagogue right now, they have getaway trips there, round trips, hotel flights to
What
visit
we
the
should be
Mecca,
doing
right?
for Africa.
Yeah, but they want to paint Israel as where religion started, where Christ came from, you know?
Yeah.
But that's not true either.
Yeah.
The only place that you could possibly find the origin of Christ is probably Ethiopia right now, because they're the only ones that are
Mm-hmm.
untouched,
Mount
you
Thyon.
know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And when you say that to a modern day Baptist, they be like, "Ah, no, you're crazy." Ah. But it's true though.
Yeah.
So all you see is, and if you notice, I guarantee you, fly south 3, 4 hours away from North America, you're not hearing about that Israel Palestine war.
Mm.
You're not hearing about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just here because they want you to think that, oh, it's a big issue. No, they've been beefing for years because
Mm-hmm.
Israel took land from the Palestinians. That's what happened. And that's why they keep getting into wars. But again, mainstream media in North America, they won't show you that. Because
Yeah.
then all
America
the
supports America supports
Mm-hmm.
Israel through tax code. So actually, on IRS forms, you
Hold
can
on, y'all.
file
We
what you're due.
Patricia, sister,
Sorry,
I'm gonna
I'm
let you
sorry.
talk. I'm not mad at you. It's just we got so many people waiting.
mm,
Let Sister Swag land her plane, and then I gotta go to Richie, then I gotta go Patricia, I gotta go up.
yeah. And can black people be prejudiced towards white people? Mm, with a grain of salt, yes. They can. They can. They
So
can.
prejudice is judging someone without cause or reason, or without experience. Do we have cause, reason, or experience towards white people to feel like?
Not every black person, because for example, where I'm from,
Mm-hmm.
we have a very diverse culture. So I'm Jamaican. You go home and
Uh huh. Skin,
everybody's Jamaican.
skin bleaching don't make you diverse.
No, it's not even skin bleaching. Like I'm culturally, we have so many different ethnicities that came together there. You would never see a white person who was raised in Jamaica say, "Oh, I'm white, but I'm Jamaican though." No, they're Jamaican. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
So,
know that's a problem. Because a lot of us would rather identify with our plantation than our people.
which is true, which is true. But in terms of like us being prejudiced towards them, yes, it does happen. You know?
But
But
are you in Jamaica because your ancestors chose for you to be there, interacting with these diverse people, or are
mm,
you still behind enemy lines in a country where your ancestors were taking as property, and these people still hold a majority of power in your country?
they do hold a majority of power in the country, but were my ancestors there or were they brought there? We don't know. That's that's
Man, we
that's
got
the
some
that's the bad
pretendians on the
part.
live today. The transatlantic slave trade is real, and the Caribbean was the #1 hotspot for it. So I can hear all that maybe in the North Americas and parts of South America. You know, we was there first and all that other stuff. But the blackening of the Caribbean during the transatlantic slave trade is real. Okay, 2 to 12 million ancestors came there. So
I know.
how you gonna say y'all ain't from Africa? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on now.
No, no, no. I,
Come
I,
on
I'm,
now.
not- I'm, no, 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 no. I wasn't getting at that point. We are African, at 1,000%.
So then
But
anyone that was brought there through subjugation has hella reason. Until that subjugation is over, you got a whole bunch of reason to feel skeptical of anyone non-black that chose to come there because they chose to
mhm.
come there and take part in your subjugation while it is still going.
So I
You
have a
understand?
question, bro. You don't believe that there were free blacks? running
We're
around
not
the
doing this,
world.
Patricia. I'm not going
I'm
down this rabbit
asking.
hole with you. I'm not going down
I'm
this rabbit hole with
confused.
you. I'm not going down this rabbit hole with you. I'm
Yeah,
not gonna.
because
I'm not gonna start looking for the freedmen's on the native
No, not the freedmen's. No,
reservations.
no, no. Hear me out. Hear me out. What I'm asking. I'm not talking
Oh
about
my
like freed
goodness.
blacks like due to slavery. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about. Do you think that there were black people on the different parts of the world outside of Africa, outside of the transatlantic slave trade?
In the
yes, that's what I was
Caribbean,
actually pointing
Caribbean,
to.
if you were a free black person and no one caught you, you were a lucky black person. There were, of course, small uh, uh, refuges, like places where they
Mhm.
could go and find refuge, especially in South America and Brazil. But come on, y'all, we're judging the meat by the margins. You know what I'm saying? I
Mm.
mean, come on now. You know what I'm saying?
But
It's
but
like
that's
what do
what
we?
I'm saying though. Like in terms of were
But
Even
all
if
the
of
black
even if
people that
even
were
if
in the
even if you all right, so you're telling me, right, that we're seriously having a conversation after millions of enslaved ancestors came from Africa. We're sitting here having a conversation, assuming the best, right? We're assuming the best possible scenario that there were ancestors that came in from Africa before Columbus, and when Columbus and everybody else came here and started trading slaves for 339 years, that they were never caught, they were never integrated into the system of enslavement. They were able to survive all of that, even though these white people that own these plantations was all over the islands, all over everywhere, policing it heavily because their property was on the island. You're saying that it's possible that some of them are the ancestors of people today, even though, even if they did exist, they probably had sex with a few, if you black today, a few that were enslaved, because there was a majority of them were. So I mean, it's just like we're like it's your ancestors is still the the descendants of enslaved people. So it's like, what are we trying to say here? Like, are we really trying to argue that black people somehow benefit from slavery so we can be racist? Like, why are we
no
trying
no
to
no
make the
no no no
argument
no no.
that we can be prejudiced based off of people that came here before Columbus and somehow for 339 years never was captured into slavery?
oh no, I'm not
No,
saying that at
That's
all.
the
I think you're
I
I'm quite
mean,
missing.
sure
then
that
what are
they
we saying?
enslaved. I'm
No, no,
quite
I
sure
think
that
you're
they
missing the
enslaved those people.
point. Like
Uh-huh.
what I was trying to say is that whether my ancestors were enslaved or not, we in the Caribbean, especially people from the Greater Antilles, were not sure. One, because we don't have access to the records.
Who's the reason you don't
M-
have access to the records?
Most of the documentation that we have on like enslaved people who came there, who didn't, who died, they're in the Museum of England. We don't have
Okay,
access to
so
those
they're in the
records.
Museum of England. So who is the reason you don't know your ancestors going back? Who's the reason? Who?
The Europeans are.
Okay, so
But
then you are subjected to a system of oppression, and as long as that system exists, you cannot be prejudiced under that system. The end. That's it. Like, you black, it's all right. We don't gotta
no,
try
no,
to
and
make believe.
that's no issue.
I'm
But
not saying you're not
I,
black. I'm not saying you saying that, but I'm
yeah,
just
yeah.
saying we're trying so hard, and it's like, why? Like, it's obvious. If you don't know, if you don't know, that's not an excuse to, that's not a reason to say, oh, we just don't know. We might be already here before slavery. No, you don't know because white people took your history so that we could argue about this on live instead of talking about unity and talking about our history, because we know our history. They didn't want us to know our history. It worked because now we're sitting here talking about how there were free people on the islands. Like, come on now.
Yeah, the Maroons were. There were free
It
people on the
worked.
island. There were the Maroons. Nani was never colonized. That's why in the midsection of Jamaica. I can't speak for any other
Right, yeah, the
country, but
Arawakanyo
along the
Maroon.
midsection of Jamaica, the Cockpit Country, the Blue Mountain Range,
All right.
those areas were they never belonged to Europeans. They're maroon territory. They're indigenous to that area. So that's what I'm saying. The folklore is Nani
Are
was
you
never
related to
colonized.
them?
I have maroon history, yeah,
All right. And how do you know that?
because they have everything dated there
So
from
you're
about
telling
the
me for
1600s.
339 years, your ancestors are nothing but those people. They
No,
never
no, I'm not saying
went
they're
outside
nothing
their
but
race,
those
nothing
people.
else. What?
No, no, we're not saying they're nothing but those people.
Okay,
But
so
what
then
I'm
that means
saying,
that you do have enslaved ancestors in your DNA, correct?
yes, we do,
All right, so what are we
1000%.
talking about again? Please, can we stop? Like, what are we talking about?
But what if you don't have any enslaved ancestors?
You don't have any enslaved ancestors, then you are the unicornest of unicorns. You have a rainbow horn out your head and like a rainbow tail, and like when you jump, pots of gold come out your ass. You're the luckiest black person I ever met in America.
Oh, this is only for Americans.
We're talking about, I'm not talking about the United States, the Americas, the New
That's what
World.
I'm saying, to the Americas. Right.
Yeah,
Because
we're just saying that we don't know. We're not sure. That's all I'm saying. We're not
You're
sure.
not sure because the oppressor got his hands around your brain, and you can't see that you not being sure means that you were a descendant of an enslaved ancestor, and you sitting here trying to use the what the oppressor has done to you as a reason to distance yourself from your ancestry. But anyway, I'm done with this conversation. I did not want to come up here and have a pretendian war with y'all. This is turning into the Trail of Tears, and I just want to talk to Africans. Shady, could you give us your age, race, and pronoun?
Not the Africans. Okay.
Okay, I was gonna go next, but go ahead, Shady. Give them your age, race, and
Oh, my bad, Richie. Yeah, give us
Yeah.
your age, race, and pronoun, Shady, and then I'll go to Richie.
Oh, I am 19. I am black and she, her.
All right, thank you, Shady. And Richie, what's good? What's good? Go ahead and answer some questions for us.
yeah, man. I waited patiently, but
You did. You sure
yeah,
did.
yeah, it's all good. But can you be pro-black with a non-black spouse? Nah. Can black people and white cultures peacefully exist? Not really. Nope, I don't believe so. But it's not like we could really separate, so it's kind of like we have to at this point, but not really as well because we can pick a part of this world to just go and just never come back. You hear what I'm saying? It's solutions, man. I'm a solution man myself. I got like solution for every single problem that's in the community. But that's besides the point. Should black people care about Israel like Palestine? I mean, I think we should care about people, but like that's politics. Like politics is gonna be politics at the end of the day. I mean, when I mean politics, I
Mm-hmm.
mean politics. Anyway, can black people be prejudiced towards white people? Well, white tea people. Um, I think the only way we can be that is by DNA. So it's really by default. But it's not that we are prejudiced towards them. It's more so like they look at it as prejudice because it's kind of like it's more like a jealous thing. It's like I'm jealous of your makeup. Like we got 9, they got 5. That's why we go to the 9 to 5. Anyway.
Yeah. I would say when they call us prejudiced, they're projecting. Because we have never enslaved Europeans and made them work in Africa to build an African civilization. I don't think they could even survive in the sun that long. When you go to Europe, there's no country with a Yoruba or Igbo or Zulu name. There are plenty of African countries with English names or European names. You're not going to find a European with the last name Wigwe telling you that they don't know their ancestry because Africans came and colonized Europe at some point. Yet we will sit here, and so like, because they don't have that reason, they have no reason. Prejudice is when you judge someone without cause or reason or experience. Cause, reason, experience. We have plenty of cause, reason, and experience to judge them off of. No black person feels so superior to white people that just based off the lightness of their skin, that we're just like, I'm judging you based off the lightness of your skin and that alone. No, we're judging you based off 400 years of oppression, and we know that your skin represents that. So that's different. And yeah, so I think it's weird when we try to, give them that, it's something that we've always done. We try to make the room more comfortable by saying, well, I could be wrong and you could be wrong. We could both be kind of wrong, but it's like, you look up the definition of prejudice, we just don't fit the bill. And Shady, could you gave us your age, race, and pronouns. Go ahead, answer the questions for us.
For me, it was the first one that really caught my attention because I don't think, I think you can be pro-black with a, sorry, what was it? With a non-black spouse.
You know what you said. Go ahead. Stand on it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Because it's your partner, isn't it? Like,
how? All right. I'm gonna give you the
really
definition of pro-black. This is from Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey. If you want to know more, look up the Organization of Afro-American Unity papers, where basically pro-blackness is summed up as prioritizing your actions and values with what's in the best interest of building within the black community. So prioritizing, meaning number one, your actions and your values, your actions and your beliefs with what's in the best interest, meaning not self-interest or not the best interest of the whole world, but the best interest of your community, prioritizing it. Number one focus. Building the black community. So building within our community, not just saying I like black people, but building, doing something in our community, whether it's raising a family, whether it's starting a business, breaking a generational curse, such and so forth.
Okay. Now, do you think that's more important than like finding a partner?
Finding a partner is something that Europeans have ingrained into a lot of people through Disney movies, that your value in life is determined by how you can find someone. It's something started by Jean-Jacques Rousseau called Romanticism, that started in the late 18th century, where the idea is that feeling above all else. So basically saying that if you feel love for someone, you just fall in love with them, and it doesn't matter, like Romeo and Juliet, they're two different families at war, but love is the only thing that matters, and let's just love each other anyway. And no matter how problematic it is. You're Nigerian, I could tell by the emoji, so you know what Ubuntu is. In African cultures, the words used to describe love have a communal aspect to them, such as Ubuntu, which means I am who I am because of who we all are. So our definition, aside from Europe, of love always included love for the community and love for our nation. So, our tribe. I like nation better than tribe. We don't call Europeans a tribe, but yeah.
Not nations. I wanted to say something on that.
Go ahead, Richie.
No, I'm not gonna get in the way. I'm gonna let her land her plane though.
All right, go ahead, Shady. Shady, you still here, sister? I think she's gone. Shady, you here?
No, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I hear you now, sister. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, I hear you. Your reception is bad.
Oh, okay. I'm back. As someone who has like lived in Nigeria for so long, I would say that it is very. Oh,
Your reception is bad. You might, I don't know, you might have to move or something.
how is it now?
Yeah, it's a little bit better. Everybody down in the comments, please tap like, tap like. Let's get to
Am I
20K
good now?
likes. Let's get to 20. Actually, let's get to 25K likes in the next 15 minutes. Or I'll cut the comments off, please.
Hello?
Tap like. Yeah, yeah, I hear you. I hear you, Shady. You're
Now, I will say that African culture, I wouldn't generalize it, though. It is
yeah, you're
very,
breaking up,
very
sister. I feel like you're gonna.
misogynistic. Okay. I think I'll go down.
Yeah. I think you gotta go down and come back up. I don't know who she calling misogynistic. I want to hear that.
Yeah, man.
All I heard was misogynistic. What? I didn't say nothing What?
Speaking of nations, man, like, the reason why before I didn't really want to associate with the word black,
Who's that? I don't know who that is.
Patricia.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So the reason why I didn't want to correlate myself with the word black is not because I don't know that I'm black, but like it's because like the word black has been used to pretty much categorize us, to systematically move us around and manipulate us. So I was thinking that, us black people, we need to pick a different word, you know what I mean, and pick a part of the world to go to and build our own nation. Cause we spending $1 trillion on nonsense, and that alone could make us the 16th richest nation on earth.
3 trillion.
Oh shoot, we would be
It's
like the number one. We would be number one.
No, 15th,
somewhat
but
close.
yeah, 15th, but it's 3 trillion, and black is only negative to your oppressor because he had to make it a negative word so he could subjugate you and call you inferior, and you believe it. So
Right.
ain't nothing wrong with being black, because in our culture, black represented fertility, abundance, and wealth. So
Absolutely.
so we got to use our definition of black and stop using the
Their
colonizer's definition.
Absolutely. I would say I'm more. I would connect more so with the Pan Africanism. I would say I'm pro Pan Africanism.
Yeah, I'd rather say I'm African as well. I'd rather just use the term African.
Right, because
I hear that.
even though I was born in Haiti, I know Haitians came from Africa. Even though I know some people like the Hebrew Israelites wouldn't agree with that, but
Right.
it's in history, man.
The Hebrew Israelites are co-opting a Abrahamic religion that basically is the root of the core religion that subjugated us, and it's a shame to see them use that religion to divide themselves from our movement. That is what the oppressor wants. He wants us to. He wants that. That was the goal.
The thing is, like, I have a brother that's a part of that, union and stuff, and it's caused a lot of friction between me and him, and we never had
Damn.
friction between us. Like, he's the only person on earth that I've known all my life. I've never had frictions with.
Damn. I'm sorry to hear that, man.
But like, I hope he come into the light again, because it's not the first time he got into something like that, and had to realize what it was really about. But like,
That's a
I
cult.
think all that division is not something we need. And like you said, brother, like the conversations that we're having it doesn't need the distraction, and we don't need to be distracted right now. And I feel like I don't want to use the word feel like. I know that right now is the perfect time for us to gather ourselves together, get that money together too, and pick a land, go formulate ourselves. You get what I'm
Africa.
saying?
Africa is the land.
Yeah, absolutely. Like go pick
There's
a part.
there's
It's a
13
continent.
countries. 13 countries in Africa right now that you can get dual citizenship right now. It
And
means
there's
you can be a
plenty of
citizen
land.
there.
There's
Right.
plenty of land.
Yeah,
So that's something we need to be focused on as a whole.
absolutely.
Whether you agree with being black or not, like whether you agree with being African or not, if you look like me, like you know what I mean, you should know what time it is. Like this
Right.
is not something we need to be joking about.
Definitely, definitely. All right, Shady, did you want to land that plane from earlier? You were talking about misogyny. I'm trying to see where you was going.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I was trying to say is the whole thing you said about like the African, let me just use Nigeria, the Nigerian whole love thing. I'm just gonna say that the whole
Ubuntu?
the
Ubuntu?
I'm not gonna lie because it's not in my language, so
Yeah, I
I
don't
don't
think
know what that
Ubuntu
means.
is Nigerian. Is
However,
what
the
tribe are you
way
from?
love, oh, I speak Hausa, closer to Hausa than
Oh,
Igbo
okay.
or Yoruba.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, see the whole love and the whole relationship thing in Nigeria is very misogynistic. It is just, oh, it is terrible that at a point, I was against even, I thought I was a sexual. I didn't want to be with anyone because I was seeing everyone around me. I was like, if I'm going to end up like you, I don't want it at all. So so you comparing it to like, oh, that is how it's supposed to, I don't see the correlation because I don't want that at
No, no,
all.
no, 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 sister. No, that is not what I was saying. I said in that I'm talking about African history. You're talking about
Oh,
post-colonized Nigeria.
ah,
You're talking
okay.
about a British company that they disguised as a country. I'm talking about African history, pre-colonization.
Okay.
All right,
Now,
because I mean, if we really want to get into it, using the belt on your children is also something that Africans didn't do. But man, oh man, I don't want to start that argument with Africans. They say that's the only way to punish a kid, but that's a thing.
yeah, I don't really mean that, so I can't even start. But I still believe that you don't need to be like, I just believe that having a spouse is all about how, like, I'm someone who I think I'm quite realistic with my, like, the whole looking. I don't believe in like
You
all
care
the,
about yourself more than the community.
no, I believe that if you're gonna let your community should be with you. Like if you're gonna be unhappy in the name of your pleasing your community, you're not making sense as far as I'm concerned. Because you're just making broken people in the community.
Wait, what do you mean broken? So you think being with black people is making broken
No,
people?
if you're gonna be with a black person only because they're a black person, not
No, I didn't say only because they're black, but there are plenty of unbroken black people to choose from. You can choose better.
if I cannot
But
find.
when we talk about choosing each other and then we have to go to like the broken people, it's kind of like anti-black to even think that, It's
Okay,
kind of like
no.
why are you going to like the most negative person? There's 1.5 billion of us on this planet. You can find somebody.
As someone who stayed in Nigeria for literally
There's
18
more.
years,
There's more Bantu looking, Niger Congo looking, indigenous ancestry of Africa descendants on this planet. There's a bigger diaspora on this planet than all Europeans combined,
Brother
many
Legend,
times
have you
over.
been to
So
Africa?
you're more likely to find someone within our community than anywhere else.
Brother Legend, have you
I
been to
don't.
Africa?
I don't. From what I have seen for the last, I spent 18 years in Nigeria, and I love me black men. I love me black men, and I can tell you that I could not find anyone
That's
that.
because there's something wrong with you. But we'll talk about that another time.
Nah, I don't.
I was
Okay.
about to ask, have you been to
That's
Africa
got to
and
be
what
something
place
with
do you
you.
recommend?
Yeah.
Have you been to Africa and what place do you recommend for us to go?
Like I said, there's 13 countries that are offering dual citizenship. Kenya is looking really good because Kenya's offering dual citizenship, no visa, no nothing. You can go to Kenya as an African American. So not Americans, African Americans. Kenya's giving us more reparations than America has because they're saying come to Kenya and you're welcome there. That's like they say come home. So yeah. So you gotta be African American. Can't just be American. I like that idea. South Africa's. I'm gonna see what's going on with Julius Malema. Hopefully they can turn South Africa into a little hot spot for us. That'd be nice.
I don't know. I remember leaving Cameroon in 1986, and it wasn't pretty, bro. It wasn't nice at all.
1986 is ages ago in African politics. I wouldn't
guess.
judge Africa today based on 1986. 1986, China was still a third world country. China is now a superpower.
They're still arguing in my country where I'm from. They're still arguing over 1960s politics, bro.
I think I had a lot of hope for y'all sisters coming up here, and I'm just hearing nothing but anti-blackness. I
No,
don't
I'm
know
not
how we
saying
ended up.
anti-blackness. I'm trying to get
Why
you
are we
to
talking
name a
about
country.
1986 in Africa? Why are we talking about all this negative stuff? How there's no good black men in Nigeria?
I never said that was.
What
I
is
never said
going
that.
on my live right now?
I
We're
never said
talking
that.
about Native Americans and all these. What is going on? These questions got y'all in y'all bag. I don't know what's happening.
No, I just believe in. I believe that we are the dominant race. I'm gonna be honest. I believe that we were
No.
first. I believe we were
Okay.
first
I
as
mean,
Africans. I believe we're first. I believe that everything came
first.
after us.
Okay.
Like due to us amalgamating with Neanderthals and things.
One thing about your oppressor, he will make you feel like gods amongst men or wolves among sheep. Which one do you want to be? You want to be vilified or you want to be deified? All I want to be is human. And I can agree that we the first humans. I like that. Let me go to the next guest, please. We got people that's been waiting. I can't pronounce your name. Mr. Yayo or Miss Yayo?
Can I just say something before I leave? Because I need to go to bed.
Yeah. Go ahead, Shady.
Okay. I'm just going to say that if you rather believe that
We can't hear you, Shady. I think your mic ain't working. I don't know. I don't know. Your mic's not working, Shady. We can't hear you. I gotta go to the next guest. I think it's the ancestors. They don't want that on my live. I think it's the ancestors, y'all. What up, melanated? Oh man, this has been quite alive. My goodness, quite alive. The ancestors didn't want to hear it. All right. Yayo, I just think that's your last name. Could you give us your age, race, and pronouns?
It's called, it's African. It's called Yayo. It's from
Yayo,
Congo.
okay.
Yeah.
My
The first
apologies,
one
brother.
is Asbuhi. The first one, Asbuhi.
Asbuhi, okay. My
It means
apologies
morning.
again. Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah. I excuse my accent. Yeah.
Where you from?
And I'm from Congo. You can see the flag
Oh,
in
wow.
the. Yeah.
Shout out to my Congo brothers and sisters. Patrice
Thank you,
Lumumba.
bro. Thank you.
Patrice Lumumba,
Yeah.
all day.
But I live in Norway.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a
Well, we
white
don't like
nation.
Norway, but it's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to just talk about the topic. The
Yeah.
first question is, can you be pro-black with a non-black spouse? The answer is no, you cannot. And my reason is short. Like black men are hardworking, right? And they do investment and they face racism, segregation, police brutality, but they still succeed. And remember, men live shorter than women.
Yeah.
Now, you will go and get the daughter of your oppressor, the daughter of the other cup, and make her your wife. And remember, you'll die and leave all the money on her account. So
Yep.
you are putting down our women, our sisters, our daughters.
Right.
Look at these soccer players in Europe. They all married, not all, but most of them are married to white girls, and they're
Mm-hmm.
working hard. And I think this is wrong. We should love ourselves first. I mean, black women are very beautiful. To me, they're very beautiful.
The most
Very,
beautiful.
very beautiful. So, I think it's not right for a black man to date anything that is not a black woman.
Yeah.
Uh, can black can black and white cultures peacefully coexist? I don't know if you heard me here. That's what the second one is what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
I think it can, but if there came a terrible disease that will destroy all people and we remain like only 2 million people in the world, when there are just like 500,000 are black and maybe 500, how many are white? And then we realize that we have been
Right.
fighting for nothing and we need one another because I think it's difficult.
We
Should
wouldn't
black,
need one another. They would need us
yeah,
because
I know.
they wouldn't be able to survive. They would need us.
Should black people care about Israel and Palestine? I mean, we have enough of our problems in Africa and in the diaspora.
Yeah.
Look at what's going on in my country, in Congo. We have many rebel forces in Nigeria. There's Boko Haram. There's
Yeah.
Al Shabaab in Somalia.
Mm-hmm.
There's in Mozambique, in Central African Republic, in Cameroon, in
Yeah.
wherever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Another thing is, do the people you care about, do they care about you? I'm like, you people, have you ever seen, whether on TV or in newspapers or Instagram, have you ever seen anybody from Palestine putting on T-shirt that's written on Black Lives Matter? Have you ever seen him? So if they don't care about you, why do you care about them?
Right.
Have you ever heard anyone from Palestine saying free Africa, free Congo, free Burkina Faso? Have you ever heard of that? Free black
Never.
people in Europe or in North America? Never. So why do you care about
Mm-mm.
them? And those who say, okay, let's go to the side of Israel, still I'm against you. I oppose your ideas because remember what took place in apartheid policy in South Africa when our people, our brothers and sisters were being killed and
Yeah.
segregated from schools and hospitals. And remember,
Mm-hmm.
the UN said no country is supposed to give weapons to South Africa. Remember that. But
Mm-hmm.
Israel said, no, we will give them weapons. We will buy their products and will export things to South Africa. So Israel joined hands with the white South Africans to kill our own people. Remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that. And remember that Americans going to Israel are visa free. But I have heard, it was even spoken by the president of USA, Biden, that people of color in America find it difficult to go to Israel without visa. You see? So
Mm-hmm.
let's mind Africa, let's mind our own business. The last question is, can black people be prejudiced towards white people? I mean, these people have stolen enough from us. They have killed us. Like in my country, in Congo, they have we call it unalived 30 million people, not 3 million. No, not 3 million, 30 million. With chicken pox, with smallpox, with AIDS, with Ebola, with poison gas, and with bullets, right? In my
Mm-hmm.
country. And in my neighboring country, Uganda, they have unalived more than 1 million. In Nigeria, in Kenya, in wherever. So, I mean, we have a big reason if we have strong feelings against them. We have a reason.
Hey
We have a
man,
reason.
the
So,
Congo
we,
has a big reason.
so I think
Yeah.
those are my own opinions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for coming up, brother. Appreciate you sharing that perspective with us. Um, I, I've done, just a little bit of research in the Congo, and my goodness, yeah, they got a big reason. They honestly, if I don't care what's going on, Congolese, I'm not sure if that's the right term, but the brothers and sisters out there in Central to West Africa, that area, they what went on with Leopold, man, y'all should never have to see another one of them again. I wouldn't be mad at you. I wouldn't be mad if they didn't want to ever see another thin lip in their life. If they ain't never want to see another thin lipian in their life, I wouldn't be mad because yeah, that's crazy. And honestly, it enrages me. Because I, as a Pan African, look at them on the continent as my brothers and sisters, my distant cousins. So I know, if it weren't for the transatlantic slave trade, that is us. That is us, So that's crazy, man. That history is hard to unpack, to be honest. Anybody that wants to do some research, Leopold the second, Leopold the second. If you really want to piss yourself off and talk about black and learn something about African history, if you want to make yourself mad, hey man, good luck. Best of luck to you. It hurts. That's the history that hurts. And we from America. So imagine me saying that. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know what went on here, right? Like breeding farms, the unalivened by the trees, you know what I'm saying? Emmett Till, like y'all know what happened here. We could talk about that. There's a whole nother level with Leopold. So Idi Amin. But anyway, Arvin, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Hello, brother. So I'm 37 from Mauritius, which is a African island. And talking about your second,
What's your race?
mixed race, black, Indian, white, lots of stuff.
So, did lots of people get together in an orgy to have you, or do you have two parents?
No, in my country it's like that. My parents are both mixed race.
Okay, so what's your mom?
My mom is mixed race, black,
All right,
white,
mixed race,
Chinese.
my friend. Listen, mixed race is not a race. Mixed race is a description of how your
Mm-hmm.
mom got here. So
Mm-hmm.
your mom is either white or she's not. Is she white?
No, she's brown. I don't know, like me.
All right. See, that's the thing. I'm talking about race, not color of her skin,
But I
because
don't know.
there are really pale people that are still black as well. So, not color of her skin. Is her race white? Is she a non-colored person?
But just like I'm telling you, we have like 4 or 5 ethnicities mixed together here. From a long time ago, it's Mauritius. It's not only 2 races, it's many races mixed together.
Okay, so that's how y'all do it over there. Here on this live, we're in the West. We're in America. How white supremacy basically runs the West. So let's change our mindset. Is your mom a European descendant?
Black and European, both.
All right, so she black. She's not mixed race. She's mixed, but she's a mixed black woman. She's black.
Sure.
Okay, so now your dad, what race is he?
I don't know. He's like he looks like a Filipino kind of
Not
guy.
what he looks like. I'm not asking what he looks like. Does he have an African ancestor?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so he's black too. You have 2 black parents. You're a black man. That's how you discern. That's how you come up with that.
Okay, if you say so.
Yeah.
So, can
all
black
black
and
people
white
are mixed. You being mixed does not make you special.
All right. Can black and white cultures peacefully coexist? Absolutely. If you, for example, in my country, you will see all the black people go and live in certain places, and all the rich people live together, whether they're black, white, they go live in the same places. I noticed the same thing in the USA. Like, for example, when a black person succeeds, he leaves his place and go live in a certain area, like California, Hollywood, etc. And they coexist very well together. And but there's a very strange phenomenon that I saw. For example, when I'm a businessman myself. When I meet all my rich African friends, which were very, very good friends. Even they don't hang out with other African people or black people because they say that they don't match the same, they don't have the same mentality, etc. If I go in France, it's the same thing. Like the rich ones, they don't like to hang out with the poor ones. They say that the mentality is totally different. One is like victim mindset, one is success mindset. So that's why I'm asking you, what's your opinion on this? It's the same thing for America, I think. If you look at all the rappers, all the black people who are rich and succeed, they go live in certain areas where they coexist with lots of races who work together and have the same kind of social status and financial status.
All right. So the question is, can black and white cultures coexist? Not black and white people.
Yeah,
If
absolutely.
black and white people couldn't coexist, you wouldn't be here. We know that people can coexist. Can they peacefully in their culture coexist? Can their
But
culture peacefully coexist? Now let's define what
exactly.
black and white cultures are. What is
But
white
there are
culture?
different types of black and white. For example, in Africa where I live, in the
There's
African
not different
continent, there are
terms. No,
different
no,
black
no, no,
culture.
no, 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 no. Stop. All right. So there's only one black culture. There are subcultures. African culture is also black culture. But yeah, there's different subcultures. There's different other cultures that are incorporated into black culture. But we're not going to split up and divide and do all that stuff, because if that's the case, no culture exists. You know, like you can look at American culture, and then you could say, well, people in Tennessee got a different culture than people in Alabama, and people
Absolutely.
in so it's like you can always divide, but there is a one black culture, meaning most of us don't ever use sunblock in our life. Most of
Mm-hmm.
us eat rice. Most of us um, either eat cassava or yam at some point in our life.
Mm-hmm.
Like most of us shake our hips when we dance and
Mm-hmm.
wear one of the many unisex hairstyles that come from Africa, whether it's locks in your hair, an afro, cornrow, or even waves. It's so we all have a shared culture. Culture is what defines us and unifies us. What unifies and defines white culture?
Success, thinking of the
Success? Did
future,
you say
technology.
success? Did you say
Yeah,
success?
yeah.
Hey, listen. This guy's embarrassing us white guys. Could I proliferate on this
I'm not
idea of
worried
what is
about that.
whiteness or blackness? Okay.
Oh
So
my
yes, I'm
God.
just
Did he
asking
say
you, like,
success?
yeah, it's true.
All right. So
Like, look at the self-development books.
Wait,
Self-development
Little
hold
books
on, King.
invented by
Hold
Bill.
on,
whites.
King
Hold on
of
a second.
Med. Hold on. I can't let you interject because he one of us. He's supposed to know better. If he was,
All right.
No, I'm just saying,
oh
like,
my
look at the
God.
books. Look at the self-help books. It's written by whites. From 1960s, 1940s. It was written by whites. I think it is a culture.
Oh my
And even the
Lord.
black, even
All right. I'm done. Thank you
All
for the
right.
Panther
Listen.
Pause.
I'll give you honest,
Thank
man.
you for the Panther
Hey,
Pause.
hey there, little Bill. Love Arvin.
Wait,
Good
wait,
guy.
hold on,
But
King.
let me school
Hold
you.
on. We take turns here. We take turns.
Let me school you,
Um,
my boy. All right.
all right,
Go ahead.
thank you. Don't call me boy. Please. Why did you call me boy? Don't ever in
Oh,
your
that's
life
just
call a
the way
black
I
man
was
boy.
raised. So I mean,
oh,
I'm gonna call you my boy.
I don't
So
give
it
a
is what it
I know
is.
how you was raised. You're echoing your ancestors. Don't call me that.
No,
All right.
I
So
grew up around black people. So move on.
well,
So
either
moving on.
way,
All right. So
that was a term of
so would
endearment
you like
for
to get back
us,
to
not
the
you.
point, or
What?
what's up?
No, no, you should have just did what I said in the first place and shut up. All right. Anyway, um, this has been a wild live, y'all. This has been a wild ass live. We went from talking about how we're truly the descendants of Africans that came here before slavery, somehow survived the transatlantic slave trade and didn't get enslaved, even though those that were free during slavery would get caught on the way to freedom and go put back into slavery, even though those that were in the North and were never slaves would get caught and go sent back to slavery. For some reason, most of us, if you didn't know, survived slavery and were never enslaved, and we're really the indigenous people. We started there, okay? That's where we started, right? And then where did we take it? Then we took it somewhere else. I can't remember everything. Y'all can rewatch the live. I'm gonna post this on my YouTube. Today has been nuts. Now this man is saying that white culture is success. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I can't believe he said that. Did he mean successfully colonizing the world, enslaving people? Do y'all look at America as a tale of success? I mean, we have $30 trillion of debt. Success is crazy. Success is crazy. Wow. Okay, I'm giving us a little time to heal from that. That was wild. We're gonna keep it pushing.
I wanted to circle back to me, but who's next? Is King of Me next?
Yeah, King. We're gonna go from success to giving the mic to a thin Libyan man himself, King of the Mayflower. Could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Yeah, what's up? First off, how dare you assume that I'm from the Mayflower? Okay, so but listen. I'm not gonna lie. Listen. I am 90% potato, right? So it is what it is. I'm an Irish guy. So yeah, I am whitey, whatever you want to say. Okay, Boston area, grew up, you know. So speaking on these topics, right? Can you be a pro-black with a non-black spouse? Well, within your construct of the idea of what it is to be like white supremacy, right? Race is a social construct, so that would be false in everything that you espouse it to be. So again, could you please elaborate on the idea of what it is to be black, white, Hispanic, all these things based on the guys
You
without
need
white
me
supremacy?
to
Yes,
explain to
correct,
you, whose
correct,
ancestors are the reason for
correct,
race,
correct.
someone that
Well, I mean,
benefits
like,
from race.
correct,
You need me
correct,
to explain to
correct.
you how race
Yes,
works.
yes,
All right,
correct.
so I'm a white man.
Please
Let me
give me
explain it
this
to you.
like,
I'm a
please
white
give me this
man, right?
omnipotent
I'm a
idea of
white
what it is
man.
to
If you
be
have
a
lighter
race.
skin than me, then you're a black person. And we enslaved Europeans at one point and created a construct to get them to work on our farms, but then they kept melting in the sun because they couldn't pick cotton, or
Yo,
they're pretty much useless.
you ain't making black people sounding good, my boy, right now. So calm down. It's not sounding good for you, man. So
No,
again,
I'm
so
just
what is
explaining to
it?
you what
So
race is because you don't know what it is. So I'm explaining it to you. If you think I'm lying, you know enough.
okay. So what is it that makes you so superior in thought and mind to be like, what is the idea, right?
When you
Of
use the
white
word
and black.
superior,
Well,
I
hold
think you're
on there, buddy.
projecting.
Hold on, little Bill in a banana suit. Hold on a second. Let me get back to my thought process. So, what is it, little Bill, to be black or white? In your idea, right? Your superior mind being to be black or white. Go ahead. I'm going to wait.
I don't have to explain what your ancestors built to you.
Yeah,
If
sounds
you
like
don't
we conquered
know,
over you,
then
correct?
don't come up.
Doesn't sound too good for you, little Bill in a banana suit. So
Why
again,
don't
what can we
you
do?
tell me
What can
what
we do in
pro-black means?
2023 to solve this problem, right? Besides dealing with your insecurity as a black man, what can we do to better this situation?
Insecurity.
Yes, correct.
So, first
Correct,
of all, the
banana
first
little
way we
Bill.
can solve it is if you go and take a bath. And the next time you worry about referring
Okay,
to a grown man as a boy is your biggest issue. See, you
so
brought your
listen, I don't
biased,
want your
racist
ashy
ass up
fingers
in here
touching
to
my
sit on
white skin.
yourself in
So
a
move.
black conversation. Y'all, we ain't got to consider it. We see your pale ass. You showing your true skin right now. You don't call no black man no boy. Ain't nobody got to explain the structure to you. And you talking about you grew up around black people. We don't give a damn. Your proximity penetration does not give you access to us. You do not understand our community. You brought your ass up in here thinking you knew it all, typical white man. And then you sit on yourself and say, explain to me. We're not here to educate you. Go educate your damn self. Y'all done took everything that you could possibly take. What you want to take? Next, our mentality, our mindset. I am sorry that your inferior ass came in here, butt hurt, and centered yourself around some black men because you are envious of the lack thereof in every way, shape, or form. But guess what? Newsflash, you caveman, you are in the wrong space for the ignorance. Take it elsewhere. And again, don't refer to no grown ass man as a boy. My boy. Dumbass.
Thank you, D. Hey, send D some gifts, man. She be doing that work, man.
So, Black Legend, but Brother Legend, I have to understand. I called you Black Legend. Brother
Hey,
Legend,
I ain't mad
right,
though.
right.
Uh-huh.
Brother Legend, so am I to understand that we don't know what's happening when it comes down to YT people not peacefully coexisting with black people? And then to speak on the jealousies. Yes, there are a lot of jealousies. I hear it all the time from YT women at my job, right? They oogle over the BBC, right? And that's
On
it's
your
like a thing.
job.
At my job, yeah, they talk about it all the time. We're in cubicles. We're in cubicles.
Mm.
So we have crazy
Why
conversation.
they
And
telling you?
no, it's not why they telling me. It's why they having a conversation around me should be the question.
Mm,
Because
mm. No, I'm
I
saying,
don't
yeah, no, like them telling you is still a red flag. You know what I'm saying?
well,
That
it's
show you
not
how they
them
look
telling
at
me.
you.
It's not them telling me. So let me correct that
Oh, okay.
language.
Oh, I
It's
see
not
what
them
you're
telling me.
saying. Oh
Right.
my goodness. I'm sorry.
So
I'm
so
sorry you even
so
have to endure that because I be wanting to smack people when they talk to me like that.
so listen. What I did hear though from these YT women, that YT men are very jealous of our men. That's what I've been hearing.
Absolutely.
I've been hearing the craziest things coming from YT women on why they prefer black men over their YT men.
Mm-hmm.
And the number one thing, believe it or not, isn't even the BBC. It's their aggression and their
Mm.
anger and
That's
them not
racist.
knowing, right, them not knowing how to talk to their women or like actually interacting with them.
Yeah, that's
So,
fetishization still, but I hear you.
yeah, it's fetish. It's definitely
Yeah,
fetishing. But
yeah.
when you listen to it, right, and you really look out and you see what's happening, that is what's happening. Other than that, you only see a black woman run into a YT man because he has money. It's a
Mm,
stigma or assimilated thought.
mm,
So you won't see a black woman saying, "Oh, I'm getting ready to go get this BBW." Like, there's no such thing.
mm,
You get what I'm saying? There's no such thing.
mm-hmm.
So it's things of that sort when you hear someone like King say, why black men jealous of YT men? Nah, black men not jealous of YT men, not at all. I think black men have learned to hold their inner zen, if for lack of a better word, and not trying to fuck them up. I'm gonna just say it like
Mm,
that.
mm-hmm.
That's the only thing I see as coexisting. I see a lot of us holding back and practicing restraint. But for the most part, I believe if we could take off on them and really stomp them down like old school medieval go to war, it would go down. It would
Mm.
go down.
Well, hopefully we don't gotta go there. I mean, who knows? You know what I'm saying? We've been there before, but don't believe the ancestors. Don't trip. You know, the ancestors went there. They definitely went there. They didn't come here
Absolutely.
peacefully. Yeah, and when it comes to the cultures fully peacefully coexisting, my thing is it's never happened. It's never peacefully happened. White culture is all right. Let's just look at culture in general. You got linguistic ethnicities. You know, you've got geographical. So we got their the way they speak, their land. You got their religion. You know, the ethno religions. So you got food. You know what they eat, how they dance, the music. Where do white people get all this stuff? Because it's not from them. You know what I'm saying? The religion is from outside of Europe. If you really want to trace back the roots of Islam and Christianity, it goes to Judaism, which started in Africa. That's not debatable. It's in the Bible. Where's Moses from? Moses is from Africa. And then you got and Moses, it even gets deeper than that, because Moses took the ideas of the Egyptians to make what we call Judaism. But anyway, then you got the food. They take our food. American cuisine is black cuisine. Cause they took Kentucky Fried Chicken, put a white man's face on the box to confuse you. Don't believe it. Fried chicken is us. So they take our food, they take our music, they take our dances, they take the way we talk. I'm hearing more and more than Lipian saying bussin', and I'm hearing more and more of the habitual B, which is something we got from Africa. It just goes on and on and on. So what is white culture? And then European
So could
cultures
I?
that
Hey,
exist in
hey, there.
Europe were
Hey,
started
brother,
also by
brother,
black people,
brother. Could I say something?
such as democracy. Democracy is an invention from Africa that was brought to Greece and Rome. Greece and Rome were not European countries or nation states, because Europe hadn't been invented yet. So Greece and Rome were considered Mediterranean and colonies of Africa.
So do you
The
want do
greatest,
you want an
the
echo chamber,
greatest,
my
the
man, or do
greatest
you want to
Roman
speak truth?
emperor was a black
Do
man.
you want an echo chamber, or do you want truth?
All I'm spitting is truth.
Okay, so could I
I feel like you're trying to
like
make this a mayonnaise
okay.
chamber.
Sure, sure. So listen, no offense, right? I can appreciate your live, right? What you do. That's your freedom of speech, guaranteed by white people of America, right? So awesome, fantastic. So what I'm trying to say, right, is where does black culture come from? Where does it derive from?
Africa.
Okay, so what happened when the African slaves came over to America? What exactly happened? Tell me step by step, and I'll elaborate or recorrect you as you go along.
I say look it up.
Okay, so for me, right? So
Diddy, what?
when we
Hold on,
look at
Diddy.
like
Can you
Do
ways
say
of
that
do
again, right
do
quick? I'm sorry.
no, wait, hold on. Do you think they stood on the shores of Africa with a resume in their hand and said, "Let's go to America, guys. It's the land of opportunity"?
no, what happened was is
Okay.
that okay, so could I elaborate on the slave trade, right? Transatlantic, sub-Saharan slave trade, all these slave trades that existed within Africa, and the whole entire concept of the idea was slavery to profit for African
Slavery
people, right?
from
So
people outside of Africa trading Africans. Right, yeah.
correct.
Because
So
otherwise it wouldn't have been the sub-Saharan or transatlantic slave trade.
so
It
so
would have
so
just
again,
been the intra-African slave trade.
So correct. So this idea that the few, right, within Africa, same thing within the Americas, right? They profited off exploitation, right? Because that's what humans do. So we are the few Africans, Mansa Musa, this guy extensively profited to build his empire off African slave trades within sub-Saharan Africa. Same thing with all these things. Like we have this idea that white people, right, Europeans were the only people that were like this idea of like Eurocentrism within
They're
the
the only
idea of like,
people that profited
oh,
off of
so
chattel slavery.
so
Chattel
again, so
slavery.
again,
The
again,
invention
so
of,
let's talk about.
yeah,
Hold on. We can talk about chattel slavery later,
race-based
right?
chattel slavery. That's what
So
Europeans did.
so do you know what? Do you know what like the Mali Empire did to their slaves? They did not
I
allow
do.
people to.
They would
Okay,
perfume them, make sure that they were dressed in nice robes, because the
no,
way that a
no,
slave presented
no,
themselves was a reflection of the owner.
no.
However, when we get to America, the average Haitian slave could not sorry, the Haitian enslaved ancestor wouldn't live longer than 5 years on average.
Okay,
5 years, because they would be
okay,
worked
okay,
to death. To death.
okay. Hold on. So
The enslaved, or the rather servants of Africa, would actually live long enough to have children, and their children would inherit property because they weren't chattel slaves.
okay, listen, little Bill, listen. I can agree to a certain point, right? But the thing is for me, right? When you look,
I don't know. He's too disrespectful. He called me Little Bill.
Absolutely. I'm about to.
I'm Big Bill to you.
I
He's too. See, he was too disrespectful.
was waiting for you, bro.
I was trying to get you to repeat
Nah,
what he
listen.
said.
One
What he
one
said, Black Legend.
one thing about them, they don't. I expect it from them. You know what I'm saying? The only reason we was going back and forth so much earlier was because when it's us, like I'll be like, that's when I care. When it's them, it's come on, y'all. We just getting research from them so we can play our side of the board. He didn't say nothing new though. He said everything typical of what they say. You know,
Yeah,
he didn't say nothing new.
yeah. He just got to always lead. They got to lead. You know how it go. They always got to
Yeah,
lead. I feel like it
three
anyway.
maneuvers in the white supremacist playbook: lie, deny, flip. That's all they got. Lie, say something that happened didn't really happen and it happened a different way. Deny, say it didn't happen at all, or flip it around and say, well, you sold yourselves into slavery. So come on now, that's all they got. Lie, deny, flip. It's common gaslighting.
Can I say something before I go to sleep? Because it's kind of late here.
Okay,
So,
go ahead.
after everything that's happened, I honestly can't even be bothered to answer the first question. I cannot be bothered to answer the first.
Listen, you see him. He said he grew up around black people. You think he don't got a black girl?
Okay.
And the black girl probably say, I'm pro-black. What's wrong? And you see what I'm
Yeah,
saying? This
so
is messed
after
up.
that, can't
Actually,
be bothered.
hey,
Like, I will go to
Sadie,
sleep angry at myself if I even get
Sadie,
to that
1 second.
conversation right now.
So
However,
before
for
you
the
go,
should black people care about Israel and Palestine, honestly, I always felt with that situation the same I felt with Russia and Ukraine. Like, if you don't care as a black person, I'm not going to tell you why don't you care. Like, of course, people are dying. We should care, but I'm not going to tell you go research, cry about it, because they had time to be racist during the whole Ukraine war and stuff. So I don't.
Uh-oh.
I'm not gonna blame any black person for saying I don't give a fuck.
Mm-hmm.
They obviously don't as well. So it is what it is. But yeah, that
Mm-hmm.
first question, I'm just gonna leave it because I can't. So yeah, everyone have a good night.
All
Goodbye.
right.
Yeah,
Thanks for coming up, sister.
yeah.
Peace.
Peanut, before you go, Peanut, let me drop something real quick, man, because
Mm-hmm.
I know the platform is for our people, so I want to leave my people with this before I leave.
Mm-hmm.
We have an agenda ourselves to reunite ourselves and renationize ourselves. So like let's keep that in mind and let's not be distracted. I know there's a lot of us in here. Forget the likes and the stuff and the comments and the laughs and the giggles. The real plan is they're trying to get rid of us and we need to stay put, gather our money up, pick a lane and go. All right.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna land my plan here. Don't sleep on it. Let's get to it.
All right. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you. All right. And I absolutely agree, y'all. Pan-Africanism, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot going on the continent now. We're picking up momentum over there. A lot of us are throwing out the colonizer. I see what's going on in Burkina Faso, Mali, South Africa, Julius Malema. It's a lot going on. Niger, you know. So yeah, absolutely. Thanks for coming up, Richie. And yeah, so Africa's on the rise right now. Rise up, Africa. Rise up, mighty nation. That's what Marcus Garvey was saying. You know, rise up, Ethiopia. He called the whole continent Ethiopia. He wasn't talking about just the country. I know some of y'all gonna get mad. I ain't talking about the country Ethiopia. I'm talking about the whole continent of Africa. At one point was called Ethiopia. The ancient names of Africa are Ethiopia, Corfe, Nubia, and the indigenous name of Africa is Alkebulan. That is the indigenous name. A lot of people think that's an Arab name because it starts with an AL, but there's no Arab meaning to that word. It's Alkebulan is the only indigenous name of the continent of Africa. Peanut, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns?
45, he, him.
All right, thank you. And your
Black
race?
and black.
Okay. All right. Very
All
important.
day.
Appreciate you,
All
brother.
day.
Go ahead
Go
and
ahead.
talk to us.
What's going on, y'all? Y'all, I was listening to what the sister said about being in the cubicles. I heard a similar statement from a white lady that said, She said that she respects black men because even though we go through the stuff we went through, she feel like we still have a swag, or we still manly. We still have like a manliness about us. So,
Yeah, that's
you know,
meditization, man. Because
yeah, it is. It is.
the reason black men got so much swag is because of her people unaliving us every time we show a little bit of emotion. So we gotta keep it cool. We gotta be so cool. Like
Yeah,
we
we
always had
got
to
to.
be cool.
Yeah, we got to.
And she
And
sees that and it says, "Ooh, it's swag." It's like, no,
yeah,
it's our response to danger.
Listen, not even just swag though. Like I really heard a YT woman say black men are more like compromising than white men. And when you tell that to like gold digging black women, they don't want to believe it until they end up in a situation where they getting their ass beat by their sugar
yeah,
daddy.
I'm
But
yep,
gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest. There's some truth to that. That
yeah,
we're less patriarchal than white T men. So
yeah,
you know, I know. At the same time, a lot of brothers need to work on dismantling the patriarchy with our sisters and in our
yeah,
homes.
yeah.
But
We do.
compared to other races of men, we technically are the least patriarchal.
I mean, we
Um,
did grow up with a cartoon called the Flintstones where they would hit the chick over the head and drag her like, and it wasn't not a black face in that cartoon. But we, I'm
yeah,
just being real, and
I
I've
mean,
seen it.
but here's the thing: the reason they want us because we're least patriarchal is because they have a sense of power over us. You know,
Yep,
that's why they fetishize us the way they do.
yeah.
You know, they got power, so they want to feel in charge again. They want to feel a little bit of power. It's a
I tell
thing,
my
man.
homegirl all the time. I say this how the U.S. work as far as the, like you said, the patriarchy part. It's white man, white woman, black man, black woman. Then it's everybody else.
Mm.
That's how they look at it.
That's how they look at it,
Yeah,
right?
that's how they look at it. Yeah,
I would
that's
say,
it.
if you want to, anyone down there want to do some research, you know, I'm always giving out resources. Look up on YouTube, Audrey Lorde. She's a black feminist. I would call her a womanist. But she,
No, no, Audrey Lord, bro.
yeah, look up Audrey Lorde. What's wrong with Audrey Lorde?
I'm not for feminism at all in the black community for black women at all.
Yeah, but you can see that's the thing. I'm not one of these new generation people that gotta throw out babies with the bathwater all the time.
Mhm.
So I mean, there you can get nuggets and wisdom from any black
Yeah,
woman, to be
yeah.
honest.
Yeah, all
But
right.
yeah,
So,
that's why I
all
was
right,
gonna
I agree
say
with that. I
womanist. That's
understand.
what I was gonna say. She's more of a womanist. I just don't know if the term womanist had been created when she was really young and doing it. But anyway, Audrey Lorde, look up there is no hierarchy of oppression. There is no hierarchy of oppression. It's a poem by her. Y'all, if y'all want to look it up, there is no black man above the black woman. There's no hierarchy of oppression. We all in this together, and we got to start
Yep,
looking at it that way.
yep. And that is, I'm gonna say a couple of more things, and I'm gonna land my plane because I know other people want to talk. And this one thing that I've been wanting to say because I ain't been able to get on your platform. That they finally I couldn't get to 1,000, so they finally let me in this way. I can't do the picture thing, but I'm in. In is
Hmm.
in. But to the brothers and sisters of the diaspora, um, the thing that I want to say because I keep hearing this statement a lot about how they get treated and they catch breaks when they get over here.
Hmm.
What I want to say to them is that black people in America to YT people, we got a long standing beef. It's a beef. It's a long and they don't understand that in that beef that it's a lot of suppression. Small suppression that they
Hmm.
they don't see. They can't see. But like people
Hmm.
like me and you, we can see it. Or people
Yeah.
or just people that we can see it. Like even on
Hmm.
these jobs, I'm gonna give you an example of the job. And I want a lot of black people that even that's in this live. Go back to
Hmm.
your job tomorrow and look at your lead front office people. Look at all of them people that's supervisors, higher ups, all the higher ups, and tell me how many black people in them positions.
Hmm.
Most of the time it's like two or three.
Right.
or three, it probably like three minorities, one black person, probably an
Hmm.
Asian person, and then Hispanic or Latino.
Right.
Uneven. It's always gonna be uneven.
It should be. It should be. Honestly, if you really want to look at it, right, the most educated demographic in America is the black woman, and they're also the least represented in the CEOs of companies. And I just think that's funny because we're told to pick ourselves up by the
Yeah.
bootstraps. We're told that you go to college and it helps you get a job. Every company should be ran by a black woman. Every company.
But it ain't gonna be like you said. Like I said, it's always gonna be uneven. That's because when you get in these boardrooms or you get in these HR meetings, yeah, you might could file a complaint, but it ain't gonna go nowhere because you always
Right.
gonna be outnumbered. And I
And then
want
and
to.
then black men aren't getting jobs. Black men aren't getting jobs because I don't know, somebody got a phone ringing. There's a lot going on. Yayo, you got a lot of noise. I'm gonna, I'm gonna just
But
But yeah, black men aren't getting jobs because affirmative action is going to the largest group in America. Somebody got a phone ringing. Oh, is that you, Peanut?
I'm trying to. I got to hang them up. I'm hanging them up. I
Oh,
hung
okay.
them up.
Well,
But
I was just saying affirmative action doesn't come to our community because the largest demographic in America, frosted females, are the number one benefactor. Because they're considered. I'm sorry, Yayo, you can come back up. They're the number one benefactor of affirmative action, even though they're not a minority. There's
yeah,
more of them in this country than anybody else.
I see. I want to say something in the comment. Who do? No, I don't. I don't have a white girlfriend. The only thing I drink white is milk, and even in that, I don't even eat cereal like that. So I don't even deal with that too much. I just
who
want
do
you to
be
know that.
who
So,
who do be on it? I don't know. She on your
yeah,
ass. I don't
I
know
don't
what
know
you
if you.
said.
I don't know if you think I talk to my nose or what. I don't know. I don't talk through my nose, sister. So I don't do that. That ain't my thing. I don't talk through my nose. Nah. But
Uh-huh.
that's it, man. Oh yeah, well, I couldn't answer the questions right. Now I ain't gonna answer the question. I'm gonna let everybody go ahead and talk, man. I'm gonna get back on here. I
All
go
right.
ahead. I'm gonna land my plane,
Appreciate
man.
you.
All right,
Thank
all
you.
right.
Lily, what's going on, sister?
Hey, brother. Hey, everybody. I have like a limited amount of time, so I just want to come up here and kind of give my opinions on a couple of things. I hope y'all are
Okay.
doing well.
Doing
Um,
absolutely well. Go ahead.
ooh, the first topic is iffy because I do have I do have an indigenous and white girlfriend. So, I'm like the pro-black as I can be. But like, I don't, I think you can be pro-black and still date interracially. I don't know. I'm kind of curious in hearing your thoughts about it. Just kind of get some perspective from another source.
Mm, mm, mm. Cause Lily be coming up here dropping shoe bombs left and right. What you confused about, sister?
I know. It's just like because I hear from different points. Like I kind of get my information for like different people. Like kind of
You would be
seek out different
surprised
sources.
how many TikTokers that come on my live and we talk and we on code until they fall in love with somebody outside the community, and then I've lost friends on TikTok for real. Like, and I'll be like, damn, we can still be cool. Like, I ain't mad at you. I don't got nothing to do with your personal life. That's you. But everybody don't gotta be pro black. It just don't make sense for someone to try to be pro black with a non-black significant other. If you want to be anti-racist, you need to go ahead and use their privilege to try to speak truth to power in their communities. What's the point of trying to bring them into our communities where we don't want them? We trying to build for ourselves, and you're gonna bring Freddie to the, you're gonna bring Freddie Krueger to the cookout. We don't want that.
I don't know. It's just like because like when I think of pro-blackness, it's probably something entirely different. Like I feel like I'm for my people. I'm down for my people, absolutely at all times, no matter what. It's just like I don't see my pro-blackness any less. Not necessarily any less than, but like I don't see myself as any less pro-black simply because of my significant other. You know.
But you're talking about your feelings. I'm talking about your actions. Prioritizing. If you were prioritizing your community, you wouldn't be with a non-black person. So that means that romanticism. I was talking about it earlier. Romanticism is something. It was a movement started in the late 18th century. So we're talking about the 1700s, and it was popularized by a French sociologist named Jean-Jacques Rousseau. You can look him up, Jean-Jacques Rousseau. He also created the term social contract, which is very interesting when we're talking about Niger, because he's French. So it's very interesting. I'm going to make a video about Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Y'all going to learn today. It's very interesting because he also coined the term social contract in saying that it's okay when a people don't agree with the government, they should be able to overturn that government and revolt. But he was French. And so when Niger overturned their government, French people got mad. But Jean-Jacques Rousseau, their own guy, said that that was okay. But anyway, Jean-Jacques Rousseau created the term Roman. It's Eurocentric. It focuses on the individual's feelings and not the community, not the impact of the individual's feelings, but the individual's feelings above all else. And it defines love that way. That if someone makes you feel good, go ahead and get with them. Don't care about nothing else going on. Just it don't matter if your people are, in a war. Whether you want to look at it that way or not. I mean, a lot of us don't anymore, which is weird. But the effects of a war is the men not having resources. The men are incarcerated. The women are raising the children by themselves. We're experiencing a war and a genocide right here in America. And to say the hell with that, I'm going to, instead of building with y'all, I'm going to go work with someone from another community going through their own different version of that war, because you said she's indigenous. So that's cool. But the two things that y'all have in common is the colonizer. So just be anti-colonizer. Why you gotta come and try to, you see what I'm saying? It's okay. Pro-black don't mean you're anti-black. I ain't say you're anti, you're not against us. It's just pro-blackness is literally those that have prioritized what was in the best interest of building our community. So I'm actively building within my community.
All right, I can totally understand that. That's some shit. I gotta be more open to like, not consider myself pro-black, but like just not just anti-racism, anti-colonization. It's just more so just educating myself on that shit. Absolutely. So I do understand where you're coming from 100%, and I honestly do respect
Malcolm
it.
X. I got books for you.
Oh, please let me know those books. Like, let me know where I can get them.
OAAU. Look it up. The
OAAU.
the Organization of Afro American Unity. Malcolm X and what's that brother's name? Amos Wilson. The blueprint for Black Power. The blueprint for Black Power. Amos Wilson. See that he defines. He breaks down what we as a people need to be doing, like to have our own power, to build within our own community. So these things have already been laid out. If my success in life hinges on the success of Black women and Black children, no matter how they, whatever's going on with them anywhere, because I am building with my people. You see what I'm saying? So above all else, I could prioritize my people. If you're in an interracial relationship, you cannot above all else prioritize your people because you are with someone that's not your people. So if you can prioritize your people up to a point where it might be damaging to another community. So now you got to think, if we're in the Bama boat brawl, I can't just prioritize my community, start swinging, bopping people on the head with a folding chair. I gotta now think, all right, wait, no, I'm in love with you though, so I'm gonna try to keep you safe. You see what I'm saying? Now that's when it's like you can't prioritize, but it's okay because y'all two can still fight against a common enemy.
Yeah, I absolutely do recognize that. And I will be reading those books. I have it copied down in my notes, so I will be checking those out. If there's any other
Absolutely.
books, I'll be reading those. So I do appreciate, you telling me this.
Yeah.
The second one. I feel like I've answered this one a lot, but I don't think they can. I just
Hmm.
don't think they can peacefully do it. It's just always going to turn into some war. Like it's always come down to, every time that you have these conversations about white culture and black culture, it just goes back to white people having this, oh, black people, this and that, and it just turns into this war, and it's like you cannot do it. Even historically, it cannot be peaceful. So I
Yeah.
don't think they can, like, at all. Um, um, the third one I haven't paid much attention to. I'm not gonna tell somebody like somebody came up here was up here earlier. I'm not gonna tell someone who's black that you have to give a fuck because I haven't really looked into it. I've been busy on my own shit. I haven't really paid too much attention about it. So I don't
Yeah.
necessarily think you should care if you're black. I mean, I can't tell you to. I necessarily it's not on the top of my list, so I don't think you should, nor do you have to. I feel like you can bring recognition to it and talk about it and kind of show and talk about how you feel and how everything's like playing out and things like that, but necessarily care. I don't think you
Yeah.
should. Um,
Okay.
I don't think like black people are just white people historically. When we look at prejudice, I feel like black people have that notion where they can have some sorts of like prejudice and dislike and towards and like distrust towards white people. So I don't think they can be
Hmm.
meningitis. So yeah,
Okay. All right. Thank you.
of
Thank you
course.
for
Thank
that
you.
breakdown
Thank you for
and
having me up
gracing
here.
us. All right. I'll go to the next guest. Teddy, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, what's going on?
I'm good. I'm
Could you
good.
give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
35 years old. I'm 35 years old and I'm from Ghana. Definitely I'm black.
All right.
Thank
Shout
you.
out to Ghanaian brothers and sisters. Thanks for coming up,
All right.
and go ahead and talk to us, man.
Yeah. Okay, I just wanted to talk about the Israel-Palestine war. We were just discussing it today at work, and
Mm.
this has nothing to do with us. We condemn terrorism
Hmm.
on all scales. We condemn terrorism, okay, but we also would like to build diplomacy. Those two countries have their embassies in my country. So, in any case, we should focus on ourselves, building our own communities, trying to enforce the spirit of Pan Africanism. With the recent coups that happened in my sister West African countries, I got
Mm.
to know of the need for Pan Africanism because the coups brought out to light. I'm not supporting revolutions, but the coups brought out to light certain things that the colonialists did that some of us did not know.
Mm.
So, what we should do, build our own communities first. And also, I want to answer the question about the prejudice. I
Mm.
have traveled outside the country before. I went to work in Israel and, sorry, Europe, not Israel. I've not been to Israel before. And
Mm.
when I went there, trust me, I was racially tagged.
Mm.
When the people, the Germans that I went there with, when they are in my country, they are given preferences. In this country we are welcoming to everyone, but when I went there, I was racially tagged, and I didn't know why.
Mm.
Even
Wow.
the fact that I was going to work there to support them. So when that thing happened, I got to know that hey, this thing happens to every black person. It would have happened to any other black person.
Yep.
So with prejudice, they are prejudiced towards us. I was not prejudiced towards them.
Right.
No, I was never prejudiced towards them when they were in my country. So with the issue of
Yep.
prejudice, they are those who are prejudiced. And if someone needs to uphold his or her culture, is a black man that needs to uphold his or her culture. You can marry from the white community. That's no problem. Some Ghanaians are married to white people, especially those in the diaspora, those in Europe. They
Hmm.
are married to white people. But always observe your culture. know that you should not take the white man's culture over your culture. It is not right. That is what you need to do. Thank you. I think I need to go right now. It's around 10 p.m. here. I want to sleep.
Okay. All
All right.
right. Thank you for coming up. I wanted to talk some more to him about the protests I seen in Ghana. There was some protests going on about a week or two ago. I wanted to talk about that. I seen the videos. They was dancing in the rain on some Usher shit. Y'all, could y'all tap like, please? Tap like, please. Let's get up to 60K likes. If everybody could tap like for 2 or 3 minutes straight, we can get up to 60K likes. Appreciate the gifts. Thank you, newbie. Appreciate you. But please tap like so we can protect the live and keep the live going. I hope that my brothers and sisters are getting some value out of the live. I hope that, if you're a non-black but an anti-racist, I hope you also get some knowledge out of this as well. To take back to your community. Please don't come around us trying to prove that you pro-black, but do take that information back to your community so that maybe you can be of a help to yourself, because racism is a white problem that affects us, not our problem. Livia, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please? I know you've been up here before, but just for the live.
Yeah, no problem. Of course. Thank you for having me up again. Of course, I'm
Absolutely.
Livia. I'm 37. I go by she, her, and I am black. Um, and since you have heard from me before, I don't know if you've heard from Jordan before. If you'd like, I don't mind holding off until, because I've answered most of these questions,
Okay.
except for the people care about Israel, which I do want to speak about. If you'd like to hear about from Jordan first, that's perfectly fine.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go to the newcomer and come right back to you, sister. Thank you for the courtesy. Jordan, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Yeah, man. I'm 33. I'm black. Some would consider me multiracial, Irish, well, Caucasian and black. And I'm a he him.
I am somewhat I guess proud that you said black first. I mean, you did give us the rest. You
Hey,
did give
look,
us the rest, but you
that's
said you
fair.
was black. I get a
Yeah, I
lot
mean,
of
and look,
biracial. Yeah.
and the reason I went on to expand upon that is because I deal with a lot from our community. I do a lot of outreach stuff for the black community, but people always like, "Why you doing this? Ain't you Hispanic or something?" I'm like, "Yo, I know I'm a light bright man, but first and foremost, I come
Mm-hmm.
from a black family, so and that's where I was raised. And I
Mm-hmm.
was raised in Southern Alabama. Even the white people identify, even the
Mm-hmm.
the Caucasians identify me as black. So I ain't really have much of a choice, and I ain't never disagreed with it. So
This is how we identify you in the community. Yeah. Your ancestry or your genotype, phenotype, you got to have one of them. Genotype or phenotype, you have to have at least one of them. But what's most
yeah,
important, even if you just got one, what's most important is how you identify yourself, not how other people identify you. And you identified yourself as a black man, I'm gonna treat you as one. So thanks for coming up. Go ahead and talk to us.
all right. All right. Some you say it kind of got to me, but I
Uh-huh.
get to that. Would you consider me, knowing what I've said? Would you consider me to be? Can I be racist?
You can be colorist for sure. You got to be mindful of your privilege,
Oh, for sure, for sure.
and depending on how much you pass, you even got to be mindful of things like words that are terms of endearment among ourselves. You,
I can
you,
pass, bro.
you, you
I
might
can
not
pass,
be able to
brother.
get away with that. In order to say N word, you got to look like one.
Yeah, no, I can
Um,
pass, brother.
you see what I'm saying? I don't
Yeah,
say that word at all. But you know what I'm saying? If you pass, you pass. But there is brothers and sisters that have been some of the greatest in our movements that have passed. But like I said, they identified themselves full time as black or African American or African, whatever part of the diaspora they from. So
for sure.
It all
So,
depends on how you identify full time. You
yeah,
can't be black in front of us and then thin-lipped in front of somebody else. We're gonna be able to tell.
for sure, man, for sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Um, yeah. So the point I was gonna get to is you know, how can I put this? You was talking about intermingling in communities, right? You have, African Americans and white Americans, and they're not. You're not saying, you're not pushing the agenda they ain't supposed to mix, but if you're supposed to be pro black, you're supposed to put a black woman first. I've heard this from my family, so I understand where
Mm,
you're coming from, but I have a pushback on that because I'm very pro black. I'm big into my community more so than a lot of other people around here. I
mm,
live in one of the most racist states in the most racist area of that state. I live in
mm.
Arkansas right now, so it's rough.
Whew.
But I
Mm.
do what I can. I'm telling you, active Klan members out here,
Yeah,
and
I
they
believe you.
don't like my type especially.
Yeah.
But
Mm-hmm.
my thing is race is a white word. It was designed by that culture to differentiate between people in a species. So you're
Mm-hmm.
talking about, you're separating people based on the melanin or and shades of their skin, and saying that it's different people altogether.
Right.
So for me, and I think the world's going to come to this anyway, the only real
Mm.
way to get rid of that is for everybody go ahead and amigo get like me.
Oh man. All right.
No.
I
So
might have lost you on that one, bro.
wait. Yeah. Nah. Okay. You
Yeah,
had me all the way up into the lead up. I'm hearing you, but
cooking. You were cooking for a
um,
minute. You done messed up.
here's the thing. Um, I mean, in order for the cultures to fully coexist, the construct of race needs to go away, right?
For
So
sure, for sure. That's the
there
thing
will
I was
never
trying to
be a
get to.
time where black people and black cultures and white cultures will ever peacefully coexist. It has never happened for that same reason. As long as there is a caste system built to oppress black people and to uplift and make superior white people, there will never be a peaceful coexistence between those two. It'll always come at the detriment of black people, and even in interracial relationships that bear interracial children. Now, biracial children. You have been a unicorn on my life. Somebody's really loud. I don't know what that noise is. But you have been a unicorn on my life. To come up here and identify yourself as black. Thank you for the gifts. To come up here and identify yourself as black first. That being said, it's not common among our mixed brothers and sisters. Some of them are really lost. They think biracial is its own race,
The
and they
shame
have a
though, you know.
completely different experience when actually they just have a uh, more privileged black experience. It's not a different experience. It's
It's
just
true.
a little bit more
Hold on,
privileged.
brother Legend, because my cousin argue this all the time. He comes around certain family members because, like me, I embrace his blackness, you know what I'm saying? But a lot of our family members, and I'm just being honest, he's a wabo, or he's called certain things because he's mixed. Africans can be very, very harsh when it comes to biracial or children that are not, so to speak, all the way black,
Patricia,
especially if
this
you
is
can
like
see
the
it.
third time on this live you have blamed black people for anti-blackness. Do you
No,
understand
I'm not
anti-blackness does
blaming.
not
I'm
come
not
from us?
blaming. I'm not blaming, but you've never experienced that. You've never experienced saying somebody, but you've never
I have
heard a
heard it
biracial
before,
person.
but that is not their fault. They did not create that system
Right,
to oppress themselves.
right.
So then put
So
the onus on the people that did it. People put the
hold
onus on the people
on,
that
hold on, hold
benefit
on,
from it.
hold on, hold
What
on,
I
hold
said
on.
about Audre Lorde earlier, and you side to it. Audre Lorde has a poem called "There Is No Hierarchy of Oppression." In it, she says that no one in our community benefits from the oppression of another member of our community. So, being that that's the case, that we don't benefit, when you hold someone accountable, when you place responsibility or blame, accountability, responsibility, and blame are not all the same thing. But when you do one of those things, put the onus on those that have benefited.
So are you saying that black people can't be hard? That black people don't come down on so-called biracial people?
Lord have mercy.
No, I'm
No,
trying to
I'm saying they
understand.
can't be prejudiced towards biracial people.
No, I'm not saying about prejudice, but
No,
I've
but you're
heard.
you're using reverse colorism now. Like that, I really think, Patricia, this conversation might be like, you know what I'm saying? Like we talk about these things, but this is you know what I'm saying? Like this is like, I think this is an advanced class. You know what I'm saying? Like the stuff that you're taking us back into the days of conversations that the community has had multiple times. Like we already know that within our community, if you want to hold anyone accountable, it is our light-skinned biracial counterparts that have privilege and don't wield that privilege in the benefit of our community. If anything, sometimes they're even dangerous to the darker skinned brothers and sisters in our community that are more vulnerable and more susceptible to anti-blackness from our own people. The issue is not that black people are meaner to biracial people because of just our inherent superiority to them. The reason we are more defensive, maybe in their presence, is because historically, biracial brothers and sisters sold us out the most. So they are a danger to our community a lot of the time, especially when they come on my live and they don't identify themselves as black first. So that being the case, once again, just like with white people, it is not prejudice, it's just intelligence. If somebody has been a threat to you in the past, if there is reason and experience, it's no longer prejudice. Prejudice is judging someone without reason or experience. We have reason and experience to be fearful of those that claim to be black or claim to be biracial and are still, harboring feelings of anti-blackness. Usually those with a white teen mom. Dr. Frances Cress Welsing speaks of that in her book, The ISIS Papers. Um, um, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, that's another book, y'all, The ISIS Papers. You know me, I'm always coming with some resources. Go ahead, Jordan.
Oh man, I came back in here and started eating. No, I mean, I pretty much, you talked about what I wanted to talk about. I mean, for the most part, I really just, we need to come together. You know, I've always talked about how brown people need to come together as a whole anyway. I mean, I'm not with a Caucasian woman, I'm with a Hispanic woman. But hey, that's my choice.
Um,
I know. I had my chance and I ruined it, but it is what it is, you know.
well, we
Hey,
need
but best believe, I still love my
the
sisters.
ancestors the ancestors had a saying. It sounds harsh now, but try to understand that a lot of them couldn't read, right? So try not to judge our ancestors on present day cancel culture, Gen Z cancel culture. But the ancestors had a saying. They said, "Don't be a waste of yellow." And what they meant by that was use your privilege, use your complexion of protection to benefit our community. I would encourage you, especially since you're with a non-black significant other, to use that privilege and the mindset of a brother that comes from a black woman or just black community. I'm not sure what your mother is, but um, use that to be an anti-racist, to be a voice for us. You know, in the best that you can. You know what I'm saying?
I'm doing what I can, brother. I just want to come out here and speak.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
All right, y'all stay up.
All right, one love. Peanut, what's going on, brother? You back?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I had a phone call.
Oh, okay.
But you can go ahead and
All right. Uh,
let the lady speak because I
yep.
know she was waiting.
All right. Livia, what's going on, sister?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me back again, host. Before I continue on to any of answering the questions, for those who are and claim to be, it's a wonderful night to be black. Please don't let
It
anybody tell
sure
you.
is. It's a wonderful night to be black. Absolutely.
Dear black men, I love y'all. Dear black women, you are queens and you deserve love and deserve protection.
Sure do.
Uh, I want to speak on what the gentleman above me said before he dropped, not you, Peanut. Um, I realized that what he was saying was, of course, in jest, quote unquote, but it's actually a very harmful statement because there are people out there who believe that their biracial child is going to be that child that ends racism. There are those who have that mentality in their mind. So for him to say that was actually a little worrisome because
What did he
you
say?
know. Well, he was saying it in jest. I know he was. He was saying it, and to be funny, like all y'all need to get like me. And, we need to go ahead and end this racism. It's
Oh
like,
yeah, yeah, that is crazy. Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
So that's a weird mindset to have, to think, first of all, if you want to end racism, you want to be able to acknowledge, embrace, and then love all races, cultures, ethnicities, and their backgrounds. So it shouldn't be a situation of we have to all become a melding pot and conglomerate just to appreciate one another. So
Wow.
there's that. Um,
Right.
I just want to speak on that very briefly. I won't harp on that since especially he's not in the box.
I would just like to refer, just so they have a resource in the comments. Look up the Malat of Haiti. Look up the Assimilado. Assimilado is a Portuguese word of Angola. Angola Assimilado. Look up the Blue Vein Society here in America. Look up Blanquemente in South America, as well as Mejorar la Raza. These are basically times when we have tried to, procreate with the oppressor to try to end racism. It never works. It don't work in our favor at all. It's real dark. But go ahead, Livia.
Absolutely. I write down everything you say. Literally. I love this.
Yeah.
Um, I'm going to answer the first, second, and fourth questions very quickly, and I'm going to harp a little bit more on the third. Can you be pro-black with a non-black spouse? No. I'm sorry. No, you can't. And it's been proven on this very panel, and I shouldn't even have to say anything about it. So,
Wow. It has.
I mean, I was just, yeah.
You're right.
Yep.
Not gonna
Yeah.
really. If you haven't seen it, then you've got blinders and rose-colored glasses on your face. Maybe you ought to do something about that. So I'm not gonna harp much on that. Can black and white tea cultures peacefully coexist? As of right now, no. If they ever want to end their racist ways, then maybe after some time when we feel like we want to. Because just like in any type of relationship, just because you're ready to talk doesn't mean I'm ready to talk. So, Uh, can black people be prejudiced towards white people? You've already explained that. We've had this discussion several times. We have absolute reason and experience to feel the way we do. So there's no need to go into that. I do want to talk about, should black people care about Israel and Palestine? Care about it? Not necessarily. Pay attention to it? Yes. And stay abreast of it. Because from now, I'm going to go into a tiny bit of history on Miss Livy real quick. Grew up in a Republican household, Christian household. I know I should be so much more messed up than I have any right to be, but um, but I'm not. Thank you, Spirit, Ashe. Anyway, you know what I'm saying. So I grew up with the ideology that America has and always has, that you are to protect Israel, that Israel is the chosen land by God, and whatnot, and that they are, to be protected. And that is one of the reasons why America has always stood with them. That, and we could never defeat their army, but we won't want to talk semantics right now. Hell, we couldn't beat their women's army. Anyway,
Uh
uh,
oh.
I'm just, look, okay. We're not gonna go there. So, with that, but from my own, being an older person now, and being able to use what I learned from childhood and being able to critically think now, I can see, and also with the research I've done online, through text and through speaking to Israelis and Palestinians, I clearly see. And if you can't see it, the correlation between Israel and the United States, it has literally been put in my mindset. Not only have I heard it, but I believe it, that Israel is the United States of the Middle East. And
Right.
if you can stand with the thought processes of Israel, of the United States, then of course you're going to stand with Israel. Um, but in regards to what the gentleman Teddy was on point. Teddy was right there. I agreed with everything he said, that we need to be focusing on the black community and the black community only. No one else has been focused on us except for, YT people, because, and I'm gonna say this, they want to be us. I've said this over and over again, 100 times over. Everything that we have ever learned, we learned in kindergarten from YT people. And I am reminded of many movies, many books that I have read, and one movie in particular called First Night, about the Knights of Camelot and whatnot, came to mind. One of the antagonists of the movie was after this little town called Lyonesse. But everyone thought that Lyonesse was what they wanted. But in reality, it was Camelot that they wanted all along. Africa is that Camelot. Africa is what they have wanted all along. Why do you think they won't leave? Why do you
That's
think why
facts.
do you think they don't want us to go back? Why do you think they're constantly like, no, just stay here, live the life that we've made for you
You're not from
here?
Africa. You indigenous. You're the true
Oh,
Israelites. You're not from.
like, no, you're not going to take my birthright. You're not going to take what I was initially supposed to have just because you can't stand that you're allergic to the sun. I'm so sorry that you're allergic to the sun and that you had to make up all these things to protect yourself. But baby, that's not my problem. You got to deal with that on your own. So yes, we absolutely need to be focusing on ourselves 100%. Again, should we care? Not necessarily. Should we pay attention? Keep your eyes open at all times, because because what's going on with Israel and Palestine, especially regarding people who live in the United States too, it is going to affect us because of how your government wants to protect Israel, who, yes, terrorists. And I said what I said. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna. I might have said some triggering things.
Appreciate you,
Protect the
sister.
line.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank
for
you,
sharing
and
that.
Ashe and blessings to you all.
Ashe, Ashe. Well, that's a whole lot of truth, man. Um, the what's going on in the Middle East with, West Asia rather, with Israel and Palestine is a colonialism's battle with the indigenous people of that region, and I think for that reason, it is something, like Sister said, that we should pay attention to, because I mean, I get very geopolitical. If y'all want, we could do a geopolitical live. Geopolitics and Pan Africanism go together real well, but I myself am an anti-colonialist, and I think every African should be. And when we see that, colonialism in other places, it's interesting to keep an eye on. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, we know that they might get peace before they'll give it to us. So don't lose any sleep over it. Yes, I'm a lady. Could you give us your age, race, and pronouns?
Ooh, hello. So is yes, I'm Lady P. I'm 24. I'm black, and he him.
All right. Thank
Um,
you for coming up. And go ahead, talk to us.
So with the prompts, I feel like that you can be. I feel like that it is possible to be pro-black with a non-black spouse. I don't now. Is that a common practice? Not in the slightest. But I have faith in people. So
Are you
I feel,
compromised?
huh?
Do you have a non-black significant other?
No, I do not, and you will not
Okay.
catch me with one. But that's just not going to happen.
All right.
However, I do think that
Uh
it's
huh.
possible. Like I got faith in people, so I feel like that there's got to be, like, some pro black people on, that's out there who just don't have a non-black spouse. I just think it's important that you're not anti-black.
What's your definition of pro-black?
That you actively support the progression of black people.
All right, so you're leaving out one thing, that you prioritize building within our community.
I mean, you can prioritize them and still end up with a non-black spouse.
How?
That's where the wind blows you.
If I prioritize, let's say I'm playing a basketball game, it's like you're saying you can be on the Lakers playing against Detroit, but not prioritize your team and still win the game. Pro-blackness is understanding that we are in you want to look at it as a war, but if that's too heavy of a word for some people to get their mind wrapped around, it's at least a competition with other communities, because they have competed with us and we have repeatedly lost, because we're the only community that lacks the selfishness necessary for survival. We're the only community that thinks in order for us to be decent, good people, that we need to let other communities get their turn and play on an equal level as us. So we keep doing for other communities, but what we haven't done for ourselves. And when you look at other communities, you think the Asian Chinese food spots in America that are in black communities siphoning money out of our communities, do you think they give a damn about our community when they're building their own communities, when they're lining their pockets with our dollars and not putting any of that money back into our community? Do you think when Europeans were making America that they said, you know what, we got to make sure that this is equitable and fair for the black people, and how this is going to affect other communities like the indigenous when we're building this? They didn't give a damn about nobody but their community. Being pro-black is not giving a damn about nobody but the progression of your community. You can't do that and have someone outside the community. It just wouldn't work, because that means you prioritize us up into a point to where it's going to hurt the community that you are engaged in.
I get that. I get that perspective. I still feel like that you can actively support the progression of your people. I wouldn't say that it's impossible for you to be pro-black and date somebody outside the race. I just don't see that. I feel like you may not be as pro-black as somebody else, but it's not necessarily like it's not necessarily like a disqualifier.
I don't like it when I tell a whole bunch of truth and they can't find a lie, and then they just say, all right, yeah, but I just don't believe it.
It's not.
It's not like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're going to disagree with me, tell me where you disagree.
But I did tell you where I disagreed at.
Where's the lie? Okay, so
I did tell you where I disagreed at, because what I'm saying is that you could still be pro-black, but you may not be as pro-black as somebody else. Just like with any cause, you have people who are radically for that cause, and then you have people who are like casually for it. So but they still support.
Ain't no such thing as casually empowering the black community.
There are people who casually support causes.
All right,
they're not radical and they're not activists.
What does radical mean? What does radical mean? Like, what are you talking about? What does radical mean? Yeah. Is there a radical way to build a house? If I'm building a house, I'm building a house. I said, all right, let me give you a definition of pro-blackness from the pro-black scholars, right? From Malcolm X himself, and Amos Wilson's, what's the name of that book? I always get stuck here. Amos Wilson, The Blueprint for Black Power, summed up into a sentence: prioritizing your actions and values with what's in the best interest of building the black community. Prioritizing, once again, how can you prioritize your community in a relationship with someone of another community? You can't. You're compromised. You can't prioritize. You can do for your community in certain other ways, but you cannot prioritize number one on my list. All I care about is my community. I can do that. I'm married to a black woman, so I cannot give a damn about nobody else and be a soldier for what I'm building in my community. And I don't mean I gotta go pick up a pum pum and be on the street and be a radical. I don't gotta do all that. All I gotta do is grow my family, love my black woman, raise my child to have knowledge of self so that he can raise his children. Just doing that reverses generational curses going back centuries. So that's building within my community. It's something very simple. Even if I don't have a child, me just loving a black woman, supporting her, empowering her, protecting her, making sure that she's able to do things in our community and achieve, whatever she wants to do in her life is just pro-black. Because a lot of black women don't get that chance. So you see what I'm saying? A lot of black women don't get that support. So that's pro-black right there. You don't got to be radical. I don't do nothing but eat black food, watch black shows on TV. Like, you don't got to do all that. But there's only one way to build a community. There's only one way to drink water.
I mean, I hear you. Like, I'm not saying I don't hear you. I hear everything that you're saying.
I don't see how you can hear all that, and you know what I'm saying. Like, I don't see it, bro.
I mean, I'm not saying that I don't hear. Like, I understand the things that you're saying, and I'm not saying that it doesn't make sense. It makes perfect sense. But what I'm saying is my thoughts on what it means to be pro black. Like, that's what I feel like it is to be pro black. Everybody, not everybody sees being pro-black as the same thing, and not
Yes, they do.
not everybody has the same qualifiers.
Yes, they do.
No, they
Everybody
don't,
sees
because we
pro-black as
don't.
being the
Me
same
and you
thing.
don't. So
Just
how does everybody
some
have it?
people are uneducated on what it
Me and
means.
you don't. So how does everybody
Being
have the same
uneducated
opinion?
is not a difference in opinion. It's just uneducated. So that's the difference. If I don't know if I believe the earth is flat and you believe the earth is round, we can't both be right. So obviously someone doesn't know that the earth is round. Like, you can do some studying yourself. Like I said, I referenced those books: Amos Wilson, The Blueprint for Black Power, Malcolm X himself. If you really want to know more about pro-blackness, look up The Philosophy and Opinions of Marcus Garvey, written by his wife. The ancestors over
Hold
and
up,
over and over and over and over again have laid out what pro-blackness was. For some reason, we got this Martin Luther King version of pro-blackness. Except Martin Luther King wasn't pro-black; he was an anti-racist. So that's the thing.
So didn't Malcolm X decide to start calling himself Asiatic at one point though?
What are you talking about?
After he came back from Mecca.
No,
Hmm. Hmm.
I don't know what the hell you talking about.
No,
He came
I
back from
read something
Mecca.
about.
He came
I
back
read
from
something
Mecca
like
and
that.
stopped. He came back. You see, get off the internet, Patricia. I'm tired.
No,
I'm
that
tired.
wasn't off. That wasn't
I'm
on. That
tired.
wasn't from an internet book.
Okay.
That wasn't from an internet a
I
resource.
don't know
So
what that was from, but it wasn't Malcolm X. That's all I know. I done read too much Malcolm, to watch too many speeches. When he came back from Mecca, he stopped using the word Negro. He started saying Afro American a lot more. That's about it.
Mhm.
Okay. For the Israel and Palestine thing,
Mm-hmm.
I think if Black people are going to care about it, then they should care in silence, because not a lot of people in general know about international policy or anything that's going on outside of their doorstep. So I don't think we as a people should be speaking on Israel and Palestine, because not a lot of people even know what's going on, and it would just be a lot of misinformation being spread. But yeah, you don't care in silence. And I don't think that Black people can be prejudiced towards white people. I don't think that's possible because we have reasons why we don't like white people. Like it doesn't make it, I don't yeah, that's not real.
Okay, so can you be pro-black with a prejudiced spouse?
Pro-black with a prejudiced spouse? No.
So you don't
Well,
believe that?
wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. um, um, no. You know what? No. You can't be pro-black with a prejudiced spouse.
All right,
You know what? You can't. I'm gonna just say you
all
can't be
right.
you
So
can't
so
be
you're
pro-black
telling
with a
me?
white spouse.
Okay, all right. We leave it there. Thank you, brother, for sharing that with us. And thank you for coming up. I hope everybody down in the comments was able to get some value off that exchange. That was you know, that was fun. African, what's good, family?
What's up, man?
What's going on? Welcome to the live.
Can you be pro-black with a non-black spouse? Nah. No, I mean, you can try, but conflict of interest, of course, as we all know. So,
Yeah.
it's not gonna happen. Can black and white cultures peacefully exist? Obviously, it's never been done. So, I mean, that answers that question.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna get to the last one, Israel and Palestine, soon, but can black people be prejudiced towards white people? Of course, but it's not unjustified. So, I mean, clearly there's a reason for it. And now, as for the last one, should black people care about Israel and Palestine? No, we shouldn't, because the safety and well-being of either people on either side is not our problem. But, however, I think that it's like a lady that was here earlier before she left. We should be paying attention to it. And actually, you know what? I will probably trigger some people I don't know who are watching, but I think we should hope it continues, at least for a little while.
Why is
Just
that?
like the Ukraine-Russia conflict. The reason why is because it creates a distraction from what I've seen for the African states to get the ball moving on a lot of things. You see, the West has their hands full, right? And actually, for a long time, for years, this was years in the making, but, African states, bit by bit, have been, breaking with the West in different ways,
Yeah.
right? But I think the Ukraine-Russia conflict sped it up, right? That sped it up, and I think as we saw what happened in the last year and a half, you can definitely agree. And now I think this Palestine-Israel conflict, I think, is another distraction for African states to get the ball moving on disrupting the Europeans and their operations in Africa and their, attempted infiltration in the African continent. So, yeah, I mean, it might sound cruel to say this, but it's beneficial to a lot of African states. And actually, what's funny, even at the beginning of the Ukraine-Russia conflict, what was happening, I think it was Belarus, one of Russia's allies, bought something like hundreds of armored vehicles from Nigeria's military-industrial complex, right? Now, they've even benefited financially from this war, so I think that, yeah, I mean, yeah, sorry to say, but these wars are actually beneficial for Africa, and at least for now, we should hope they continue. So, not really care, but hope they continue, in fact. Yeah. Oh, I can't hear you. You're...
To take my brother. I'm gonna let that one simmer in my brain. I got no response to that one. That I'm not mad at. I'm not mad.
Yeah, I mean, I knew you wouldn't, but I figured some people in the comments might pitch a
Yeah.
fit. But I mean,
Yeah.
honestly, look, it is what it is. And by the way, for the people getting mad, like, if every time there's a war happening in Africa, who outside of Africa is getting mad? So why the hell would we be mad about what's going
They
on in
don't
other
give
places?
one damn. You can't even count them. Ain't none.
Okay
It's how
then.
many dams they give, not one.
All right then. So there's no reason for us to be mad about them or care about them. So
Right.
yeah, I mean, yeah, it is what it is.
That's facts.
Yeah,
Well, thank you for that wonderful breakdown. That gave us something to think about, I think.
for sure. Yeah.
I might
Glad to
even
see.
restructure the prompt next time. That's nice. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. No
Thank
problem.
you. All right. And I'll go to the next guest. Mega Six, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Can I be heard?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, all right. Just making sure on that. 36, black, I suppose. Pronouns. Dang, that's weird. I don't like to answer this, but man, him, whatever that is.
Mm-hmm.
But all right, as far as the questions, let's see here. Can you be pro-black with a non-black spouse?
I'm
I kind
sorry.
of
Did you
feel
say
like,
you said you was black, right?
yeah.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Can you be pro-black with a non-black spouse? I would say probably not, but probably the main issue is that it's your spouse is like your number one person, so, and if you have kids, then probably a variation of that, right? So it's the person that you're going to invest the most into is going to be your spouse. So it doesn't matter what you do. Like you can give away, like, oh, I give like $5,000 every year to pro-black movement or something, right? You're giving more to your spouse, and that person is supporting their family with that, and it kind of benefits them. So it's like it's almost impossible in that aspect, right? I mean, unless you just don't like your spouse like that, So if you're not really into your spouse like that, I suppose. I mean, I can imagine in that situation, maybe on like a slim side. So it's I don't want to say it's completely impossible, but I would say it's highly difficult in that case.
I
So,
would say it's
I mean,
impossible. How is it not possible? Give me a scenario where it is possible.
I if your spouse was, let's say that you guys didn't plan on having kids, right? So that's one. Let's say that on top of that, you guys were both just like completely dedicated to helping out like black people, etc., the black culture and stuff. So I would say
Helping out.
in that specific situation, like
Helping
dedicating your
out in
life to
what
like
way?
dedicating your whole life into like I don't know, like funding like a black only school or something of that nature. That would be so. I give it like this leeway, right? But it has to be pretty strong because, like I've always said, like the best thing that you can do for any black person is to like provide for them, and the best way to do that is to be like a husband or a wife to a black person, right? So it's like one thing if I take a trip to Africa and I gave them like some clothes and then I left back and came back to America, or
Let's
something of that
say
nature is like what they
you
want to
with your
do.
spouse and you want to start a black school, teach black children African history in Africa, and you got your non-black woman. Let's say she's Arab or Middle Eastern or something like that. Then it gets to a point where the children know their history so much that they want all colonizers out off their land. What you do?
I mean, I wouldn't
See, now
say
if you was
like, oh, he's
pro-black, you
being
get her the
white
hell up
is
out of there. But you married now, so you compromise. That's why you can't be pro-black.
no. Well, I think that if they properly educated, like you would see how really it's not about like getting away from like other races or pushing them
It's getting
out.
them the hell up off our
It's
land.
more.
It is getting them the hell up off our land.
But see, You know,
It is.
that's
It
a
is.
different
If that
argument.
ain't
That's a
pro-black, I
different
don't know
argument.
what is.
I think that's a different argument.
Getting
I
back
think my
stolen
focus.
land is not a different argument. It's not an argument that pro-black scholars are having. Pan-Africans are not determining whether or not we should take back colonized land. We taking that back. Hey.
But does that mean you have to like remove other people? I don't know if that's
Yeah.
necessary.
Yeah. Bye-bye. Absolutely. Sayonara. Look up Julius Malema in the EFF if you want to know more.
I can see that. But that was just kind of the way I kind of see it. So I feel like it's kind of difficult, but I feel like it's possible on kind of an extreme way. There's a lot of
Do you think
analogies
it's
that you can
possible
kind
to
of.
help someone win a race by chopping off your own legs?
But see, that's such an analogy is quite
That's what
ridiculous. Life is
being
very
pro-black is
complex.
doing. Because if you have a non-black spouse, your time would be so much better spent aligning them and their privilege at attacking racism and being an anti-racist. If I had a white tea woman, I wouldn't be sitting here on this live talking to black people. I'd be up here talking to white tea people with her sitting next to me, and actually I'd probably have her by herself and just coach her on how to be anti-racist. Like I would just teach her how to teach her people to be anti-racist because they don't want to see her sitting next to me. Racist folks not going to listen to us if we do that. But you know, my mic is low.
Okay.
Can y'all hear me?
But on the other topics, though, should black people care about Israel? I'm on the lines of the Israel and the Palestine thing. I've never really been a fan of the whole like, hey, all the black people are like the true Muslims or true black Israelites or any of that. That's one thing that I think I died. I'm separated from like a lot of other kind of pro-black people is that they feel like it's a cultural thing, and I say I don't really care much for culture. My thing is like when black features are what's like either equal or dominant. That's what you are looking for. So I don't care if someone because like I don't care what religion. Like if someone celebrates Kwanzaa, that doesn't matter to me. I don't care if you you have I follow this religion that originates in Africa. So I don't think it makes you more black to be like, oh, well, I speak an African language. That makes you more black. Nah, being black with black lips and black nose, because that's just me, like being proud of what you are when you're born, right? And if you're black, then being pro-black is being proud of that and wanting that to continue, right? So then other people are like, no, man, you gotta learn a black language and it'll connect you with the mother. Like, no, like that language. We don't even know where that language, like let's say that you speak some a tribal language, that language could have came from another place that tried to conquer Africa some 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago. We don't really know what that things are about. So that's why I say it's all about, and that's one thing I think you were saying about it matters how you recognize yourself. Like I feel like that doesn't matter either. Like, because I never recognize myself as black. I am black because other people see me as black. That's all I say.
That's a problem. That's a problem. So you let other people define you. You got to mute when you.
That's the way. But what you say, that's what race is. Other people define what it
No,
is.
it's
Like I
not.
can't.
No, it's not. Where are you from?
Texas, Detroit, I suppose.
You should do better, brother. We don't let other people define us. Hold on.
But
the reason we don't let other people define us when we call ourselves black is because other people participate in anti-blackness. Other people have told us that black is a negative word. It means evil, suspicious, taboo, things like that. Our ancestors saw the color black as something that meant fertility, riches, and abundance. We define what black is. Appreciate the gifts. We define what black is, and our ancestors defined it. So when we call ourselves black, it's not the same thing as them calling us black. So I always ask people, do you identify yourself full time as black? I don't ask, do you allow or let other people define who you are, that's got to cause mental illness, bro. That can't be healthy. You can unmute now.
Yeah, I kind of I kind of see where you're coming from on that point, but in that way, my let's say when we're talking about the whole having a white spouse, my white spouse could be like I'm black because maybe she feels like I was raised by I was an
All
orphan
right, hold on.
kid raised by.
Yeah, no, that's not how it works. We don't do the Rachel Dolezal thing. So here's how we define blackness, as given to us by Marcus Garvey and the Pan African scholars that did all this work. Some of us haven't done research. That's why I'm here. You know what I'm saying, to let y'all know. This is how we define who's black and who's not. I like to play a game called the diaspora game. Y'all can play along with us. So it's 3 questions. There's 3 questions. Find out whether or not you're black. 3 questions. Find out whether or not you're black. Is real simple. The first 2, you got to say yes to one of them. The third question is contingent upon you answering yes to one of them. If you say no to the first 2 questions, you're immediately disqualified. I'm sorry, my friend, but you are not invited to the cookout. All right. So this is how we answer the questions. The first one is, do you have African ancestry? We're asking about your genotype, your genealogy. Do you have African ancestry? Appreciate the gift, sister. Thank you, Honey Badger. Do you have African ancestry? If the answer is yes, then we love to hear it. I'll say to the ancestors, thank you for blessing us with melanin so we don't burn up in the sun. All right. So the next question is about that, melanin. Some of us don't have melanin, but we have African ancestry. That's cool. Melanin, do you have visible melanin? Are you melanated? Melanin makes your hair curly. Some of us got tight curls, some of us got loose curls. You got curly hair, that's melanin doing that. You got brown skin, you know what I'm saying? Your skin, some of us got light brown skin, some of us got dark brown skin. Hey man, we love it. The darker the berry, the sweeter the juice. That only means one thing, by the way. You know what I'm saying? We love that. So do you have brown skin? Do you have melanin? Now, you answered no to both of those 2 questions. You cannot answer the third question. I'm sorry, but you got to go somewhere else. You can go to the picnic, but you can't come to the cookout. You feel me? All right. So now, here's the thing. When you answer yes to one of those questions, and you move on to the third question, it's about you. Here's the third question. Do you fully identify? Meaning, even in your darkest corner, when you're home by yourself, when a police officer pull you over, when you're in the courtroom, when you're filling out the census, do you identify full time as black or African? Some of us don't use the color, but we know the continental identity of us as African people. So, if you have melanin and you identify full time as African, but you don't know your ancestry, guess what? Hold on, my phone be messing up. If you have the melanin, don't know your ancestry, but you identify full time as black, guess what? You one of us, we love you. If you have African ancestry, you don't have much melanin, maybe you pass. Some of us pass, y'all. It's okay. It's okay. But if you're going to pass, you have to identify full time as black. And we still going to hold you accountable for colorism. We still going to hold you accountable for wielding your privilege in an anti-black way. We're still going to hold you accountable for being a resource to our community and not a detriment. But if you identify full time as black, we're going to be able to tell. You cannot front. You cannot front. Don't try to Rachel Dolezal us. We can tell as soon as we ask you what your race is and you say biracial, or you say I'm a true Israelite, or you say no, I know black, I'm Dominican, we going to be able to tell. But if we ask you, do you identify full time as black, and you say yes, and you have African ancestry, then guess what? You one of us. Much love to you. And so some people have the ancestry, have the phenotype, meaning they look black, but when they say I know black, they're not one of us. Do not accept them, y'all. because those people are a danger to our safe spaces. We cannot have them around. Those people are compromised. Some of us, like he said about about the white tea girl. They don't got either. They don't got no African ancestry. They don't got no melanin. If she says she black, she just Rachel Dolezal. We ain't having that. Y'all can go to the picnic, but you can't come to the cookout. All right.
All right, my only if I can get one last thing in here is I've always felt like it doesn't necessarily matter how you present yourself, right? So let's say that I look the way I do. I mean, I know my profile picture is maybe small and can't be seen, but I know that it don't really matter what I try to claim, right? It don't matter what language I speak, what I try to claim to other people. I'm always going to be considered black.
Nah, not always. Not if you say I'm no black. I'm Dominican. I'm Dominican. I'm Dominican. I'm no black.
But I'm just saying, like, my
people will
treatment.
call you Latino. They won't call you black. I've seen it before. I'm from New York.
I've been to like just a little note. I do speak Spanish. I have been like in like there's a lot of stuff, a lot of different elements there, but one of the things I do know is that like even if you go to Mexico, man, like they got a word called mayate, and it's pretty much like you can speak the language fluently. You look like me. You're black. Like there's no acceptance on that. I mean, maybe if your hair is like a little straighter on the straighter side, they probably be like, oh yeah, they might accept you on the indigenous level, but at least in my experience, it really is determined on them whether or not they're how you be treated. Is like if a cop pulls me over, no matter how white I sound or something, no matter how I try to identify, hey, how you doing, officer? Yeah,
yeah, but that could also be true for Southeast. That could also be true for Southern Asian people.
Possibly, but
So that's
once
what I'm
again,
saying. Your blackness cannot be defined by your phenotype alone. How your profile is, and that's another thing we do. We try to identify our mistreatment and say that that's what makes us black. Being pulled over by a police officer and being profiled has nothing to do with those 3 questions I just asked you. So don't associate blackness with anti-black behavior. That's detrimental to your mental health. Don't even do that. How you gonna love yourself if you define yourself by how you're mistreated?
But I don't know, sir. I think we need to definitely stick together to protect the phenotype. The phenotype, I guess you could say. I think the phenotype for me is one of the important things. Obviously, the behavior, how you like manage and carry yourself is important too. I feel like one of the things if anything, when I'm pushing for different imagery, for instance, like if we were going to push like a positive image on TV, I wouldn't. I would say it's better if we have a positive image for like a very dark, even darker than me. I'm not the darkest person, but if I were going to have a TV show, like if I was going to make a TV show about a positive black character, I want it to be like very dark. I'd want to, because that's what's being attacked. It's not like it's like I wouldn't say it's not the person's behavior that's being attached or how they claim that what they are. It's typically the darker skin, the nose features, the hair texture that's always being, like every time I get on TV, it's like every single black woman has to have their hair pressed. It's like ubiquitous. I actually think it's a mental disease that like if you took any other race and you just showed them like if a large group of like white women in some city just all had their hair permed to be curly, like tight like us, their parents would like take them to psych wards. You know what I'm saying? Like they take them to a psychiatric ward.
They
like,
do it.
Why don't you? So I think that's to me is what really needs to be protected. But I feel like that I don't have any more to add beyond that. So I can thank you for having me on, man.
All right. And that's the way the cookie crumbles. Thank you, Erica, for the Panther pause. Really appreciate it. Um, it was getting mayonnated. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? I
hey
try to
man,
have
he
patience.
looked like he was putting you to sleep. he
I
about
don't
to
know what he
put
was
you to
talking about.
sleep.
I
He about to
don't
put
know.
you to sleep, man.
I don't know what he was talking about in some way. I don't know. But I just want to make sure brothers and sisters know that you are not defined by how you're mistreated. If you define yourself by how you're treated when you get pulled over by a police officer, it just makes it impossible to love yourself. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Like,
yeah,
center your identity around what's positive about our people.
yep.
That we come from the richest land, we have the richest culture on earth, and we have the longest history on this planet.
It's sad, man. It's sad. We tiptoe about us, man, because we invited to the well, we feel like we invited to the other table. It's
Mm-hmm.
sad, man. That don't say it. But
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I tell people all the time, they know you better than you know you. This just this simple. I don't
Mm-hmm.
stop. I don't try to stop what I think is stupid. If I know you dumb and I know you stupid, I ain't putting nothing in place to try to stop you. Cause you too
Yeah.
stupid. You too stupid to learn.
Yeah.
That's why they put stuff in place to stop you because they know you're not dumb. They
Mm-hmm.
know that.
Well, yeah. Let me talk to the next guest. Ashley. Oh no, I want to skip. Well, Yayo, you already had a chance. I'm gonna just go to the new people. I'll come back to you.
Hey,
Ashley. Hey, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns?
yes, 21. I think I'm black. I don't know. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Girl, you better not. You better not play with me tonight. It has been crazy in this live. Go ahead.
I'm not
Better stop.
sure. I'm just kidding. And what else did you say? She, her.
All right, go ahead. Give us a word. You can answer the
Um,
questions, whatever you want to do.
yeah, the first one, no, absolutely not. Second one, no, I'm not even seeing proof of that. I mean, no. Third one, I don't even know how to feel about this one. I want to say no, but all these lives I've been getting in, uh, they say we should care. Uh,
They
I
say
don't
we
know. I'm
should. Who
confused about
said
that
that?
one.
Who said that? Who said we should
I
care? I
went
want
to
to
one,
know.
gosh, I forgot the name. They were like,
It was brothers.
gosh, I forgot the name, but they were like, maybe we should be paying attention or something like that.
Oh, that came up earlier. Yeah. I mean, I can agree that we could pay attention.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Caring, like, starting a food drive. I don't think so.
Right. Um, Fifth one, sure, but not, yeah, sure, I guess.
I understand that throws a lot of people off. So prejudice is defined by judging someone without reason or experience. When you see a white person
Mm-hmm.
and you feel maybe a little defensive, like,
Mm-hmm.
oh no, kind of cautious around them, are you doing
Mm-hmm.
that just because their skin is bright, or are you doing that because you have knowledge of what they've done to our
Yeah,
people for
that
hundreds
part.
of years? Yeah, so that's reason and experience. That just makes you intelligent, not prejudiced.
Right.
Thank you, Superwoman. Yep. All right. Well, I
And
think
I'm a
you.
fan of yours. Thank you.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm glad. I hope you've been learning.
Yep.
I hope you've been learning, because that's what I'm trying to do. And you breezed through them questions, so shout out to
Yep.
you. It's been
Thank
a
you.
while since we had somebody breeze through the questions. It's we had some bumpy starts today. It's been interesting. But thank you for coming up. I'm gonna go to the next guest. eliminated. What's going on? Could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Yeah, I'm 18, black and a man.
All right. And go ahead, answer the questions for us, or whichever question you want.
Amazing. So the first one, can you be pro-black with a non-black spouse? Do you also apply that to gay people? Do you also apply that to gay black people as well?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. So what do gay black people, what do they contribute to our community? So I get it for a straight couple if your argument is that, well, if you're a black man and you're laying down with a white woman, your kid's gonna be somehow less black. But to gay people, they're not really gonna do, in general, they're not attributing anything to our community, to the black community.
Well, they could do many things to contribute to our community, and
Like what?
as I said earlier, even if I don't have a child with a sister, just me protecting a black woman, being able to, be a resource to her, whether it's knowledge, money, anything.
Okay,
Being
cool.
able to protect,
Sick.
empower a black woman,
Sick.
that reverses generational curses.
Amazing.
So,
Cool. Okay, cool. So what about a white man who's in a relationship with a black woman, but that white man is the breadwinner, that white man's the provider. He's protecting a black woman, he's protecting a black family, he's got mixed race children.
but that wouldn't be pro-black.
Wait, but your example of how being a black man with a black woman would be because you're protecting and providing for a black woman. But if a white man's doing that, that
But
would be
I'm a
for a black, would
black
it not?
man that
Yeah.
prioritizes protecting, providing. I would
Yeah.
say being a resource better than providing, because
Yeah. So would a white
providing
man though.
is kind of like a patriarchal European standard where the man has to be the breadwinner. I prefer the term resource, because whether I got bread or not, I got to be able to be what my family needs me to be, and that's what makes me a man as an African. That's what makes me a man, is being able to, whether
What
I
part of
have
Africa are you
money or
from?
not, do what I got to do for my family. So
Yeah, where in Africa are you from?
I'm from Africa, America.
There's no such country as Africa or America. Where in Africa are you from? You just said you're an African, not an
I'm
African
from
American.
the American tribe, and I don't have to be from the continent to be an African.
You literally do. That's Africans are from Africa.
That's not how that works. You don't know
No,
what these colors
Africans.
behind me mean, huh?
No, yeah. Africans are from Africa.
Yeah, but you don't know how these colors. Yeah, I am from Africa.
No, you just said that you're from Africa, America. There is no such country as Africa, America.
It's funny how y'all say that, but when an Asian person is born in America, they're still Asian.
Yep, absolutely.
But only when black people are born in America, they're no longer.
Yeah, you're black. No,
Interesting.
you're black. You're not African. Yeah, but you're black.
It's funny because when a Jewish person is born anywhere, they're still Jewish. But for some reason, if your ancestors are the first humans to ever walk the earth, you're no longer part of them.
That's not
because you spent 400 years in a country and that you didn't choose to come to.
Judaism isn't a race.
No, but it's kind of weird, because would you say that Elon Musk is a black man?
No, but I would say he's South African because he's born in the continent of Africa.
Nationality. South African is a nationality.
Okay, he's
but
African.
Would you say he's a black man?
Of course not.
Because you said my Africanness is what made me black. So would you say someone from Niger, Congo, would you say Akon is a black man?
Absolutely. I'll say
he's
African.
How come Akon is a black man, but Elon Musk isn't, if they're both from Africa? See how stupid you sound?
Elon Musk is a white African. He's a white man born in Africa.
Elon Musk is not an African. He's South African. He's Dutch.
No, he's South African.
You see, that's what you're.
He's a European born in
you
Africa.
Don't know how. You don't know how ancestry works. Your continental identity comes from your ancestry going back 10,000 years.
Okay,
Some
but you don't know where
you're
you're
smart
from,
enough to know that because they get They think they're Google scholars or
But
something.
you
I
don't
don't
know where
know.
you're from, though. That's the funniest thing. You don't
I
even know
do
where you're
know
from.
where I'm from.
You just said you're from Africa, America,
I
which
am
isn't a
from
country.
Africa. Absolutely.
Okay, where in Africa? Africa's a continent. Where in Africa? Narrow
I'm
it down.
from the whole continent is my birthright
No,
because
no, no. Okay,
my
okay.
family
So you're
comes
Egyptian.
from all over Africa.
Okay, okay. So you're Somalian? Are you Somalian?
Absolutely. Probably got that somewhere in my blood. I would say
Probably. No,
mostly
no, no,
West
no, no, not
African.
probably.
I would
No.
say mostly West
Whoa.
African and Bantu.
Did you just say Somalis in West Africa?
No, I said I got that in my blood, but mostly probably
You just
West
did though. You just
African
kind of
and
slipped up.
Bantu. I did not say Somali was in West Africa. Don't ever try to play me in my
You literally just
geographical
did though.
knowledge.
You literally just did. When I said
No,
Somali,
I
you said yes,
didn't.
I am West
No, I
African.
didn't. You're not smart enough to listen. You
When
don't listen well, do
when
you?
when I said you're Somalian, you said yes, I am West African. That's what you just said.
That's not what I said. I said,
It kind
yes,
of
I
is though.
got that in my blood,
Yep,
but probably mostly West Africa and
probably.
Bantu heritage.
Okay, probably. What are you basing that? What's that probability based on?
Oh, okay, so now we're getting into history and why I'm an African American. Because my ancestors come from all over Africa. Shout
Okay,
out to
where?
those that
Be
have
specific.
ancestors that were bred on breeding farms where they didn't give a damn what part of Africa they were
Okay,
from,
be
and they
specific.
bred people from all over Africa to make African Americans. That's why we claim
You're
all
not
of Africa. And we are also, as far as pro-blackness and Pan-Africanism, which is taking root on the continent now, comes from African Americans.
Okay, but there's
And
no such country as Africa, America.
yeah,
That's
hold
not a
on, you got
country.
to mute. So you shut up. This is my life. All right, so Pan-Africanism is all right. He gotta go. He's just too disruptive. I don't know. Some of y'all don't get enough coochie or something. I don't know what's up with that. Anyway, so Pan-Africanism started here in the Americas because we as African Americans identify with the entire continent because our ancestors come from the entire continent. We're not just from one tribe. We didn't stay in Africa where we could just stay in one tribe and just procreate with one another and just keep it all in the tribe. Our oppressor did not allow us that privilege. So when we came to America, we were mixed with all of Africa. And that is what makes us so great. It's because we're a testament to what happens when Africans take on a continental identity instead of just a tribal or national identity. We are proof, and that's why we're able to contribute what we're able to contribute to the diaspora. That's our power. That's our superpower that we bring back to the diaspora when we create things like Pan Africanism and come back to our motherland. Our brothers and sisters on the motherland have knowledge of self that we were robbed from. And so because of that, they have something special to share with us. We have something special we can share with them. It's a beautiful exchange. Don't ever let somebody tell you don't know where you're from, African Americans. I love y'all. Don't ever let somebody make you try to feel insecure because you're not from one tribe. Our tribe is the
Exactly.
American African tribe. That is our tribe. We're a whole new tribe, and we're just not based in Africa at the moment, but we will be someday. All right. Let's go to the next person. Tanya Love, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns? All right. Thank you. Thank you, sister. Go ahead. Give us a word. Not to interrupt you, sister, but they can't hear you. Could you mute and unmute? They can't hear you. Just mute and unmute real quick. Because you spitting facts. I just want to make sure everybody can hear it.
Can
Can
you hear
y'all
me?
hear her now? Go ahead, speak, sister.
I think is if you pro black means you want to be with black people, not have a white wife and then want to be pro black. Because I know somebody like that. He's so pro black, but his wife is white. And I tell him all the time, you are a hypocrite because that's very hypocritical. You can't be pro black and not be with a black person. he has children with her, that does not make you pro-black. That just make you a black man with a non-black family. That's one
You're
thing.
black and happy. That's it.
Right. Well, he not happy, trust me. But the other thing is can white cultures and black cultures? No, I don't think so. Y'all, we need to learn how to build our own self up and stop worrying about white people. That's just my opinion. I'm sorry. We too focused. They live in our head rent free too much, and I'm tired of it. The other question is, yes, we should care about what's going on, but just because we care don't mean we have to do all the protesting and all that because they don't protest for us. But I think we should care. The other one is, can black people be prejudiced? I'm very prejudiced. I don't trust non-black people. Should have time I don't trust my own people, but no, I don't trust YT people, as y'all put it, because they 1 minute they, oh, we so down for y'all, but let something happen, they gonna turn their back on you. Better ask your boy OJ. So no, we can't be prejudiced. I know I'm prejudiced, but I'm not the prejudice where I'm gonna hurt you, but I'm just not gonna deal with you because I don't trust you. Not you, but white people,
Pre-
Mexicans,
prejudice
whatever.
is prejudice is not based on experience. So technically, it's not prejudice. We can exhibit bigoted behaviors, I guess. I don't know. We can be chauvinist. I think that's technically the word chauvinist, meaning
Hmm.
that we have a bias towards our own side, but
Yeah,
prejudice is without reason or experience. So
right,
you're
true,
being defensive towards white people is not because of no reason. They have no reason to feel that way about you. When have your people ever enslaved, colonized, or brainwashed their people? We haven't done that. They
right,
have committed the most atrocities and have convinced us that we're committing atrocities to them.
right.
But we're not capable. So
We're not. And it's we need to wake up and we need to stop, like I said, worrying about them and worry about us and fix us and then go on from there. But until we worry about us and fix us, we're going to continue to be where we at. But like I said, no, you cannot be pro-black and be married to, dating, making children with, or anything like that with somebody that's not black. And I'm not just talking about white people. I'm talking about non-black people, period. It just can't be possible. That's just my opinion. And
I
like I
heard
said, the
that.
person that I know, every time he want to send me messages about power to the people, and he's like, "Why you don't read it?" I said, "Because you're a hypocrite. You can't tell me power to my people, and you lay with somebody that's not my people. She's not my people. So
I
don't
heard
don't
that.
sit." And that's just my opinion. And I tried to get on your live a couple of days ago, but I couldn't. But I'm here now, and thank you for accepting me into your live. I appreciate it.
Appreciate you, sister Ashe.
Thank you.
And speak, my brother. What's going on?
Peace. What's happening? My name is Bob. I am a 21-year-old confused college grad student, and my pronouns is who the hell knows. To answer the to answer the question,
You fool.
hold on, hold on, hold on. Can you be pro-black? Impossible. When these black fellas deal with women, it's an abomination. Same thing the other way. There's no way in hell we should be mixing with those people and making mixed children. Number two, no, because there's no such thing as white culture. Those people are thieves and they want to be like us so bad. Number three, honestly, I don't even know how to answer that, but I'm gonna just say no because what has those people done for black people, if that makes sense? Not this country, but black people in this country or Africans. Number
Mm-hmm.
four, of course we can. The same way they're racist towards us for being melanated or chocolate skinned, we can be prejudiced against the fact that they are animals and all they do is steal, rummage other communities, countries, people, and then when the people who are affected by their nonsense speak on it, we're problematic. Excuse me. So my name is Bob, and that was my TED talk.
Thank you, Bob. I would just say prejudice is without reason or experience, like I said for the last guest. So even if you feel some type of or way around thin Lipians, that's not the same thing as prejudice. but you can definitely be exclusionary in for our safe spaces. You know what I'm saying? But that's that even that exclusion is not segregation. You know, that's just somebody said King Bob speaks. I'm dead. That's funny, but thank you, brother Speak. And y'all, I gotta make some room up here. I'm gonna bring some more people up.
Uh, I'm about to
All
drop
right,
down for you, King. I'm
please.
about to drop
Thank
down for
you,
you, brother legend.
thank you.
It was great. I always gotta come with the opposition to talk just to get people to
Yeah,
think.
it was.
So
Yeah, no, that was fun. I appreciate you for coming up and hold it down. Please feel free to come up and join me again.
brother legend, but I want to say one thing to you before you think that I don't agree with what you say or your views. I
Hmm.
have a lot of the same standpoints. I ascertain a lot of the
I
knowledge. I
know.
have great sources. What it
Hmm.
is some of these questions that I have, people are afraid to ask.
All right, we'll talk
So I
about it some
ask them
more,
for 'em.
sister. We'll talk about it some more because
Speak your truth.
I'm
Good
I
evening,
don't
peace,
like
brother.
the Christian idea that we all
What's
got to
happening,
get
Miss
along
Lady?
and I don't like the Christian idea that we all got to get along and be on the same page about everything in order to unite. So you know what I'm saying? You good? Come back up and we'll talk about it some more.
Right,
'Cause
I'm gonna drop
we
down
got
for you.
more in
Let's see what
common
we
than
got set.
we got more in common. Absolutely. Appreciate you.
Absolutely, peace, good brother.
One love. All right. I'm gonna bring some more folks up here.
Yeah, I'll drop too. It was nice
Okay.
talking to you finally.
All
So
right.
have a great night.
Thanks for joining. All right.
Of
One love.
course. Bye bye.
Peace. All right. All right.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Before I go to you, let me speak to Barry real quick. Barry, what's going on, brother?
Brother Legend, how are you?
I'm well, man. How you been?
I've been cool, my man. Thanks for asking.
Yeah,
Deal with, deal with
yeah,
some
it's
stuff.
been a while. I think I don't know. Like you. It's been a while, man. Every time
Probably
you
been
come up,
about a
you
week.
spit some knowledge.
I tried my best, man. I get a lot from you and the guests, and people in the races in the comments. They be cracking me up, but
Yeah.
they just can't help invading our spaces.
Yeah.
But yeah, as far as the questions go,
Mhm.
if I may proceed. Can you be pro-black with a white spouse? Hell no. Can
Mhm.
you be black? Can black cultures exist peacefully with white culture? Hell no. Should black people care about Israel and Palestine? Depends on which part of that slash you're looking at. We should care more about the Palestinians because they're oppressed people living in damn concentration camp, basically, and we
Mm.
relate to them than we do the people who stole their land. Because
Mhm.
that's stolen land, just like this land is stolen. So I relate more to somebody that's oppressed like I am than I do the oppressors. And besides, people of Israel, I mean, when you look at the people that control certain things, even in this country, you look at these record executives, these Jewish so-called Jews, whatever, they could be Jew or Jewish
All right, be
or what.
careful with that word, but yeah, be careful.
Yes,
You dropping that J
these
bomb.
those J's, right?
Mhm.
Okay. They own these record labels that put out anti-black rap music, and nobody seems to have a problem with that. And they paying these guys millions of
Mm.
dollars to rap about black on black violence, and they even paying the females now. They even in on it,
Yeah, it's the woman's turn now.
because there's a come up. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
where's the usual people speaking out against that? With all this morality that they claim to have, and act like chosen people.
Mhm.
So they can miss me with the bull, the BS. You
Mhm.
know. And here's food for thought, because I'm thinking about this. Like, remember 9/11 and the conspiracy theories surrounding that? We thought the United States had a hand in that. Well, is it not possible that Bibi Netanyahu could have had a hand in what's going over there just to boost his ratings and make him look like a George Bush, so to speak? I mean, that's not an impossibility as far as I'm concerned.
Mm.
Whether it is whether they attacked them Hamas, but even if they were attacked by Hamas, my thing is this: why is President Biden and these American people so concerned about that when you got domestic terrorism right here in America? You ain't doing a damn thing about it. As a matter of fact,
All
you're not
right,
only
He's in bed now.
Barry, you using way too many trigger words. Could y'all F1 up the comments, please? F1, 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 F1. Everyone type F1 in the comments, please. All right, go ahead, Barry. Just try to kindergartenerize it. You know what I'm saying?
okay. I'll try to do that. So what my point is we are dealing with domestic terrorism right here in America, and I spell that with three K's. And they're not only doing anything to stop it. Is If you ask me, they are arming the domestic terrorists. So if they were to become what Hamas is to Israel, this country couldn't even deal with it. But
Mm.
yet you want to take our resources around the world and call yourself helping Israel when you're not helping people that are non-white deal with domestic terrorism. I got
All
a
right,
problem with that.
yeah.
And as far as the last one, can black people be
Stop
president?
saying the T word, man. Terror. I don't know what you gonna call it.
All right,
Teaism. I don't know.
I won't say that. I'll try to find a better word for it. I won't use it anymore tonight, and I'll try to come up with a better.
Or just do initials. Say DT is. Yeah, just it's certain keywords because we on this app we can't say it, and to protect his access or
Oh
from
yeah,
this whole conversation from ending. Try
right.
not to say these things. Yeah, we can't. It's certain things we can't say, but depending on topics, like the app will pick it up and it'll end his live. Like just say
Yeah.
Because
DT
they'll
or
think.
just don't say the T word at all. Just
Okay.
say domestic teas or some shit like that. Yeah, just yeah, go back and forth between that and
Yeah,
shit. Like
yeah, we'll do. I'll do that definitely because I definitely don't want nothing to happen to the live. But as far as the last one, can black people be prejudiced towards YT people? No, I mean, listen, we are like you said, we are dealing with looking at them with knowledge of what they've done to us, what they continue to do to us on a daily basis. You know, and I got issues with that. I always will. Like I said, I only voted for Biden because he was the lesser of two evils, and I'm sick of the fact that he even think about running the second time. But more than that, white tea people, they don't want. They definitely going to come out in droves and vote because they don't want him to die in office and Kamala Harris become a black
All
female
right.
president.
Okay. Thank you,
I'm out.
Barry. We you keep saying all the
this brother
wrong
going there,
words,
he
man.
going there.
Very,
We gotta stop him.
Yeah.
He has to be stopped.
very hot.
We hear what you saying, brother, but god
Much
damn.
love, man. I don't know how to filter this shit, man. I'm out. All
All right.
right.
Thank you. Thank you, Barry.
All right. Peace.
Peace. All right. Rachel, what's going on? Could you give us your age, race, and pronouns?
Hi, my name is Rachel. Of course, I'm 35 years, almost next week, turning 35 years, and my pronouns is she.
Your race?
Oh, biracial. I am half half.
No such thing as
I'm
a
from the
half
Netherlands. I'm
person.
born in the
You
Netherlands, but my roots is Suriname Italian.
I know you ain't just say you half cream and half milk and then say you don't know you biracial.
I don't know. I'm from the Netherlands. I'm sorry if I take any wrongs here.
So you just said so like if I put mayonnaise and marshmallows in the same jar and stir it up, does it become banana pudding?
I don't know.
No.
What I'm trying to say is um both of those things that you just listed sound like white people. So sound like you a white woman.
Hold on. Do I look white to you?
Mm,
Yes.
That's the light.
No, I don't think
Do
so.
I look white to
I
you?
ain't gonna lie, she got a little help.
So then why
She
you
got
say?
something going on.
Yeah, she got something going on. So why you say
I am mixed raced. I'm half
there's
Suriname,
no such thing
half
as mixed
Italian.
race?
So what is that not mixed raced?
No, that's not mixed race. The things that you said are not mixed race. If you said
I'm from Suriname.
that's not a race.
Suriname is not a race?
No.
That's new.
Races are primarily colors. If you want to simplify it to the highest power, there's 5 colors: black, white, red, yellow, and brown. But we've since changed some of those to continental identities. Black or African, white or European, yellow or Asian,
Okay, then
red
I'm
or
half
South
African,
Asian.
half European. Is that good enough then?
All right, there's no such thing as a half African, half European. So in that construct of race that your European ancestor was there for the creation of, you are considered black.
Okay, then I'm black.
Because are you considered white? Did anyone tell you? You just said you turned on your camera to prove to us you're not white. So then you by default are the other race. Whiteness is
Okay.
defined by what it is not. So that's how that works.
Okay.
Okay, are you black? You look
So
confused. You okay?
yeah, I'm very confused because I know what
Yeah,
I
you look
am,
it.
and now it's like crushed in my face, like bam.
That's
Like
how we feel when the truth comes out.
my
We feel
whole
like
family
it.
tree doesn't exist anymore.
It's all right. They said
That's
race
not what
don't
he's
exist
saying.
no more. Did you say it don't exist no more?
That's how you tell me now, like I have no
I ain't
race,
never said
right?
that. I ain't
That's
never
not what
said
he
race don't
said.
exist.
He was trying to
If
help
race
you
didn't
figure out
exist, we
what
wouldn't
you
even be
are.
having this live. We'd be in Africa having a good old time.
So can I
Mm-hmm.
tell you that my ancestors is from Africa and South America, and the other half is from Italy?
None of those are races.
I do
Molly.
understand that.
Yeah.
I do understand that.
All right, Molly.
So it's about color, right? Then.
Right now, it sounds like being about anything but black. I feel like we just looking. We looking not to be black now. I just told you, you black. That's how it break down. Did you turn that
Hey,
camera
hey,
on because you know you ain't
you
white?
got my vote for the hue. I ain't gonna arrest you if I was the popo. You feel
Keith
me?
Heading told me that joke.
What is a
You
phenotype?
left for
Okay,
something
listen.
sacrifice.
I'm born in the Netherlands, so I speak Dutch. That's my native language right now. And I try to speak English, of course. That's not my first language, so I don't understand every single word. But I
Yeah,
do
you
want to
got a
learn.
lot
I
going on.
do want to learn because I'm very
Hey, yeah,
confused.
hey, can I jump in right quick?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. Is
Okay,
that
like
pint
some
size?
kind of way. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Could you give us real quick your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Okay, the race is definitely black.
Of course.
The race is, I mean, the age is 47. Um, what else did you ask me, King?
Pronouns is she, he, they. One of them.
Oh, he as far as me,
I'm
you know,
about
I
to
was
say,
thinking
don't
like,
think
what's
too
going
long
on
now.
here?
Damn, he was struggling.
I'm on a podcast, like I'm on a. I was just wanting
He
to
was
say, hey, Quinn, you
confused.
know, she just might have, you know, how they was doing all this mixing and stuff. You know, I don't want her to feel too bad. I just wanted to say that right quick. But I'm gonna get to the. You can hit me up with the questions later. I'm ready for mine. I'm here. But I just wanted to give her like I don't know, man. She got a little hue going on, and you know how stuff was, you know. So I don't want to like throw her down. You know what I mean? Like
You
she
think
don't
black is
know. She
down?
trying to learn. She trying to find out. So
Oh no, we
least we
ain't
can
throwing it
do is
down. We
accept
we
that.
just teaching it. We ain't gonna throw
Okay,
nobody
okay,
down.
King.
You know.
That's all I want to throw in, King. And I'm
Nah,
about
we
to
just
back
we
out to
just
you
letting
ready
her
for
know.
me.
We just letting her know. Shoot, I'd rather be black than anything else. So I see that as a compliment. We telling you one of us. I would say you got the ingredients. You might not have the
Don't
mindset. I
worry,
feel
we
like
got
that's
you.
what
We
we're
got
learning
you.
right now.
We got you. Don't worry.
So can I now turn my camera off? Or do I have to stay like this?
Oh, I didn't tell you to turn it on.
No, because I wanted to prove.
Prove that you was black.
Well, I've got...
You ain't white. Whiteness is
No.
defined by what it is not. White people call us people of color because they are people of non-color. You
Yeah.
cannot be half color and half no color. If you have a color, you that color. You're black.
Yeah.
That's it.
True. Yeah,
Yep,
you're
that's
right.
it.
Yes, true. True. Then okay, start over again. I'm black.
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
cool.
Shout out to all the black people. All right. So go ahead, answer the questions for us. Talk to us. You don't gotta keep your camera on.
Well, the first question, can you be a pro-black with a non-black spouse? I feel difficulty about that because if I'm a bit honest, I am with a non-black spouse. And I have a child from this non-black spouse. And I do love my brothers and sisters from the black community as well.
But you just said you wasn't.
Yep, you
Why you
went
ain't say you
backwards.
was black when you came up here
She
then?
went backwards.
Why we have to go through all of that? All right.
Yeah.
So, all right. Hold on, man. It's just crazy. All right. So
It's because he scare you. He's scary sometimes.
so now you black. Now you pro black. And now you pro
But did
black
I ever say
with
I'm not pro-black then?
no.
Okay, so why you answering my answers?
I'm not understanding your question.
She said, "Why you answering her answers? Because she's trying to say that she's something, but you know the requirements of why she's not that, but she feels she is." That was she
Because
basically
there's no
saying.
such thing as a mixed race. Is there such thing as a mixed color? What color is mixed? You ever
So
color with crayons? Crayola crayons? Is
The
there
pro-black
a color
part. The
called
pro-black.
mixed?
You
no,
talking
of
about the
course
pro-black
not.
part?
There isn't.
Okay. So then you're not mixed. That's why. That's how I know you're black. But you might not be black in here. But now you saying you are black in here and we your brothers and sisters.
No, that's not what
But
I'm saying. That's not what I said. I literally reading the first question, can you be pro-black with a non-black spouse?
Yeah.
That's right, the question, right? My answer on that is I have difficulty with that because I'm with a non-black spouse. I've got a relationship with a non-black spouse, having a child with that non-black spouse, but I'm loving my black brothers and sisters. That's
why
what
you
I
didn't say
said.
you was
Mojave.
black when you came up here?
So hold on, brother. Let me help her because we can hear that there's a language barrier. So it's like comprehension thing. So, ma'am, can you explain
So
what do you
do I
mean
need
by
to go down there,
difficulty?
people in
Hold
the
on. Can
chat?
you explain to us so we understand you what your
No, I
difficulty
think people are
is?
done with me right
Hold
now.
on, I'm asking you a
No, let
question.
it
No,
go.
ignore the comments. I'm telling you, ignore the comments. But can you explain to us why you have difficulty or what does you have difficulty mean
Because,
so we
like I
understand why
said,
you can't answer the
I've got
question
also
straight up so we
whitey in
understand you?
myself.
Because
Yeah,
I'm following you, but I'm listening. Yeah, but explain to us
I have
why
also.
you're having problems answering the question. If I could say problems instead of difficulty, it's the same thing.
Okay, I'm down. Sorry.
You're
Oh,
not.
damn.
But I just want you to understand. Like I want you to keep going. Like I want you to
I do
explain
want to
more so
keep
we can
going, but if
understand
people
you.
telling me I have to go down, then I have to go down, right? That's the
You
rule, right?
don't have to do anything. Nobody asked you to drop, ma'am. I don't know. Stop reading the comments. I'm talking. I'm a mod. Like we're trying to understand you, miss. Just elaborate. Explain more so we understand you.
Well, I'm trying to say that I am also have whitey in me, in my DNA, because of my mother. My mother is a whitey. So I'm sorry if well, I don't understand why American people telling me that I have no race then. Yeah, I'm black, but how far am I black? Because I've
As
got a
far as you
different
What
want to be
happened?
mindset.
queen,
Hold on, hold on, Pen. Hold on, brother. You got to slow down. Hold on. That's not what
we
happened in
just
here.
sending
That's how
love
you're
though here.
interpreting this. I got you. But brother, I need you to mute. Hold on. Ma'am,
Okay,
that's
good.
not what happened. Nobody ever told you you're not part of a race. You just don't understand because you're not American. While we're trying to help you identify yourself in terms of how Americans speak on this because it's an American thing. The host
It's not
legend
just
just told
American.
you, yeah, but you get what I'm saying here. As far as America goes, she's identified as a black woman. You're a black woman as in terms of an American thing with the categories and all that. Nobody ever said to you yet, you're not black. You're just having problems being able to respond to that, and I understand why. So continue, and I'm gonna let you keep answering the questions. But you are a black woman. We see you. We understand that you're black. But there was just some confusion in, because of your ethnicity, your all that other shit. But that's not the focus on why I'm talking to you right now. But continue, miss.
She. Oh, go ahead. She offended.
Oh,
She offended by the other. She want to claim the YT side, and she offended. That's the part she offended by. So she want to know why she can be black, but she can't just
Oh yeah, I
claim the
can't answer
YT
that. I was
side
just
too.
trying to help to further her along with
it's
answering the question.
because let me
I'm gonna
guess.
fall
Let me
back.
guess. Rachel, your mother is white, right? Yeah. So this is something that is common when your mother is white and your father is black because
Mhm.
your mother doesn't want to tell you that the world will see you as a black woman. And it's not
Mhm.
just American. You're black in Germany, you're black in France, you're
True.
black in London, you're black everywhere you go. So
Mhm.
your mother doesn't want to tell you that you are not the same as her. So she tells you that you're half of her, you're biracial. If you had a
Mhm.
black mother, she would tell you you're the same as her and you would feel closer to your mother.
Yeah.
However, because your mother's white, she tells you that you're half black and you're half of me too. And
Mhm.
so that creates confusion because the world will vilify and look down on your black half. And your mother will also distance you because of your blackness. So you feel like your blackness is holding you back from being able to fully identify as the same category as your mother. And then the world is going to tell you that the more you distance yourself from black people, the better you are. So, because of that, you begin to internalize it and you don't want to be considered black. However, the problem is, like I said earlier, whiteness is defined by what it is not. You cannot be no color and a color. If you add a paper with no color and then you add one color on it, now that color is the color of the paper, the color of the drawing. The drawing
Yeah,
is now that color. So
yeah,
you are black. That is it. You're black on white paper, and that's okay. I'm black on black paper, that's okay. But a few generations back, my great great grandmother was like you. Not because she wanted to be, but it was like you. So being mixed doesn't make you not black. A lot of us are mixed. It's not our grandmothers are mixed. It's regular. We've been around white tea people for a long time.
yeah,
So
correct. Yeah. Okay, I understand now. Yeah.
mhm.
Okay.
I would
Then,
say look up Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, the ISIS papers. ISIS papers on YouTube if you want to learn more about white mothers and when they give birth to biracial children.
yeah, and you know why I'm very confused is because of the fact that I was raised only by whitey people. So I don't know I don't know anything about the black people, the culture, because I never learned about that. Like my own family didn't tell me in the ins and outs of their culture, so I can be, so I understand where I'm coming from. That's why I'm so confused.
They
To
they
the day
they
now.
they knew enough to know you ain't white, and even you know you're not white. But if you was around black people, we would just call you black, like one of us. But when you're
Yeah.
around all those white people, they never tell you that you're one of them because they know you're not one of them. They don't agree with that. And that's why I'm not telling you that you're not white. They made up the rules and said that
Yeah.
you're not white. I didn't make up racism. They made it up.
Yeah.
So you see what I'm saying? Now, if you're around black people, we would all just call you one of us. You're black. It's normal. But they don't have the same idea because they are trying to keep themselves away from black people.
You said that so well. You know the interesting thing about how she said, you look shocked, and somebody said, "Are you okay?" And it was like you had a moment where somebody made you realize, oh, they can see me. And it's an interesting thing that like people when people come here and they say they biracial, the way that brother kind of handles them is unique. And I think it's something that a lot of black people need to take note on, because the way you show up shows so well, because you in your mind, you think white is better. And you might not even be conscious of it, but the way that you immediately was like, what do you mean? I don't exist anymore. And it was like this whole disassociation with understanding what you've been raised in. And that's an awakening on a whole nother level. Because the world been treating you like you black. I know the world been treating you like you black. The melanin is all in your hair. Like there's no question. I know how I get treated. I know how my child get treated. But it's the most interesting thing that, you took a moment and you kind of like felt that. And I think maybe it is like, brother always give good books and info to look into. So I would definitely look into that book.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I definitely gonna do that because it's time to see who I am.
Well, thank you for coming up. Thanks for sharing that. That was very powerful. I hope you gained some knowledge. If you got any more questions, feel free to talk to me. I
Yeah,
have
I just
biracial brothers and
the
sisters, so you're no different
I just
than the rest of us. So.
only one thing that because of the questions on the tops, like the other questions you had there,
Mm-hmm.
can I pick one of them?
Yeah, go ahead.
That question: should Black people care about Israel slash Palestine?
Mm-hmm.
Um, if it becomes to victims, they are
Mm-hmm.
dying.
Mm-hmm.
Both sides have victims, but if it becomes to really care about, I care about Palestine because of the oppression they have. And it's sad that they have the oppression since 1948, actually earlier. And it needs to stop. It really needs to stop. And that's the only thing that I want to say, that I am with Palestine, and I always have, and I always will. That's the only thing I
And
want to say.
just remember, and it's okay to chew gum and walk at the same time. We can multitask, but remember that our oppression has been going on since 1619,
Exactly.
and no one has given a damn
No,
but us. So that's another thing. But
I
yeah, no,
know
yeah, we
my
got to.
ancestors
Yeah.
was from slavery, so I really know about that.
Oh man.
That's why I'm for Palestine. Thank you for having me, by the way. And I love
Okay.
your conversations. Thank you. Bye
All
bye.
right. Thank you. Bye bye.
That's the best thing that ever happened to YT supremacy. I,
Yo, chill.
for anybody that
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 was
thinks
crazy.
like her,
I ain't gonna lie,
but
that was wild.
you crazy to
Okay.
speak. But I love the way brother spoke to her, because he gave her grace. Like it's a level of understanding. Like the look on her face when you told her she was black, it was like it blew her away. And the best thing
Right.
about YT supremacy is we have so many black people like that, that a non-black man will get the best of our group in our community, because they're not knowledgeable of who they are, what their history is, or where they come from, and they can walk
Right.
in. And she thinks that the elevation of non-black people is so much higher. She feels like she's touched another hierarchy in that dating pool, when she might have the bottom.
Right. That's facts. Dang. I didn't even think of it that way.
Yeah. Well,
Well.
I see
Yeah.
where they feel like when you speak on being black, or you telling them that it's black, it's like they feel like you wiping out the other side, and
Yeah.
that's where the offend part kick in, and so a lot of them probably just shut off
they've identified themselves with they centered their identity around their proximity to the other side, and they've learned
Yeah.
to cherish it, covet it, and yeah, that's where it goes
Yeah.
problematic.
Yeah.
Um, but I gotta get ready to go. I'm gonna let Pint Size G give us a word. What's going on, brother? Pint Size.
And, I just had to go back and take a little second to push it. But yeah, okay. Now I posted this video on face so everybody know that I'm not infiltrating or nothing. But I'll tell you what, be pro-black with a non-black spouse. Absolutely not.
Okay. All right. All right. Whew. Oh my goodness. I didn't know where we was gonna land. Brothers be scaring me when they answer that question. Oh my goodness. Y'all be thinking it's wabbit season.
Mm-mm. To me, the can you be pro-black with a non-black spouse is like the biggest thing
I'm
in our
saying, like, did I
community.
say something already? Did I
Nah,
say something wrong already, y'all?
you right.
No.
You can't be. You can't be. We
No,
agree.
I said absolutely not. I didn't say I didn't
You said the
go
right
get the
thing. You said
best.
you straight.
Wait, what?
I wasn't
No, I mean
directing
I
that
will
towards
say why
you.
not though. I mean, see, I must give my own opinion. If this is the only question you got time for tonight, I
Did
want
you
this
answer the
one.
question wrong? You said no.
All right.
Can you be pro-black with the non-black spouse? Pro-black.
And you said
He said
absolutely not.
absolutely not. He said absolutely not.
All right.
I
I'm
might just
saying
end the
I don't.
show and let you eat your
I'm
words.
pro-black, and you can't be pro-black with. See, y'all, that little question get a little funky with some, but I know y'all know what I'm talking about. Like, if you let
I'm,
me explain what I'm saying,
I'm trying to help.
because if
All
you
right.
not, if you pro-black and you got a spouse that's not black, then
You're a hypocrite.
uh, I don't even know what we gonna really talk about because I'm be talking pro-black all day. I'm gonna be bringing up what my people got to do, and I'm not gonna find much understanding in her as my
Right. Okay.
spouse.
So yeah, you on code. Okay. We back. We
As
back.
my spouse,
Yeah.
I won't find much value in that. So I would be like, I need
I'm
a
talking
queen
yams.
that's
She
gonna
talking Brussels sprouts.
okay, I'm getting cut off again. My bad. Let me shut up.
No. Go ahead. Go ahead. Pint Size.
We're actually agreeing with you.
We agreeing with you. He don't even know what's going on.
Right here, I'm listening, and I'm
But
like,
we
I'm
are
hearing this and
agreeing
that
with
coming in and
you.
out, and I'm like, I just maybe read it a little, but I knew what it meant.
No, we
You know what
agreeing
I
with
mean?
you.
I knew what it meant, and I was just trying to explain without, I definitely just feel like if you know what our people done been through a little bit, just a little smidgen, I couldn't even sit at the table with the four folks. I couldn't even have dinner or lunch. I mean, like in a loving manner. I would just be thinking like, yo people, do you know? It just drive me. I would drive me nuts. And she'd be laughing, trying to be cordial. I'd be like, you been trying to be slick. You
Yeah.
up to something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I know what they
Mm-mm.
capable of, and I know that everybody say it's a cool couple. But I'm not finna sort out all the snakes trying to figure out which one got the venom. It's
Right.
over for that. We already see what's going on and everything. I don't need nobody to encourage me or try to coax me to know that that's a cookie jar you don't go in, really. Leave them cookies
Mm-hmm.
alone.
Leave them cookies alone. They bad. I
Now,
heard
if
you.
you want one, if I can do one more with your time, I mean, what
Go
you got,
ahead.
Ken?
Go ahead.
Can BLK and YT cultures peacefully coexist? I'm with your brother Speak, King Speak. Uh, has it worked yet? It ain't been working. It
Mm-mm.
ain't, and we ain't running up on them doing stuff. We ain't
Mm-hmm.
doing stuff. They actually doing stuff to us, and then kind of like doing a little dance in our face like Dion. You feel me?
Uh-huh.
And so I'm just like, I know what's finna happen, but I don't feel no fear. I'm feeling confident. I'm in love with this atmosphere. I'm in love. I ain't never felt so good. I know stuff gonna be tough for a little bit for some of us, but it's gonna get delicious. It's gonna be gorgeous. It's gonna be righteousness. It's gonna
Mm-hmm.
it's gonna be all right. And what's going on ain't for certain people. It ain't for certain people. It's for certain people. You know what I mean? We gonna be all right. We gonna be all right.
Cool. That's right.
I feel good. Ain't no fear. No, if you afraid, that's why I put my face, because I ain't scared. You know what I mean? I
Mm-hmm.
mean this. I mean it. Brother Speaks, bruh, like I thought, you know what I'm saying, Brother Legend was hitting hard. Bruh, like, y'all got an awesome team, bro. I love it. And I'm gonna back on out, let somebody else get a little win before, unless you want me to finish them. But other than that, I let
Yeah.
somebody else get a little love in, you know, send some energy, because
Well,
we had a rocky road tonight.
I'm about to shut it down. I gotta go. I gotta go to sleep. Got work in the
Okay.
morning. But
Yes,
appreciate
King.
you. We're gonna be back up tomorrow. I followed you, my brother. Thank you, D. Thank
Much
you,
love,
Speaks, for
Kings.
joining us. Yes, much love. I'll say to the ancestors, and thank you, Hoodoo, Molly, Starry Night Cereal. I see you in here. Lovely Rose Petals. Appreciate y'all. Thank you, Newbie, for all the gifts. Barry Young, appreciate you. Me,
Don't
myself, and
forget,
I see you in here.
don't forget about
Um,
Tanya.
oh, and who?
And
And yes, that's
Tanya.
right, Tanya. Yup, Peanut. I don't know. I just like to give my shout outs at the end.
Thank
ESS
you.
TV. I'm gonna be back up tomorrow, and you can find
Appreciate you, brother.
a recording. Yes, one love, and you can find a recording of the live on YouTube. On my channel. I got the little YouTube button on my profile. You can catch it tomorrow night. I'll put it on my YouTube channel. One love, everybody. Be safe. Till
One
You
tomorrow.
too.
love.
Thank
Peace.
you.